Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, October the 28th. My name is Barry Enerson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. You guys can see my screen and you can hear me. Okay, so just as an aside, we were all watching that SYTA yesterday. Towards the end, I actually did participate in this little run-up. Toyed with the idea of holding it overnight, but said, nah, look what's happened now. I don't even know what's happened in terms, I don't see any news. I thought maybe they announced a financing or something, but anyway, that just got lambasted. And I don't think the other flyer from yesterday, AGTI, I don't think it is recovered either. Yeah, not really. Anyway, what else is happening today? So, TRIT, T-R-I-T. So they had, I guess, I'm going to call it the auditor cleared them of any, I don't want to say financial misdoings, but anyway, that was the pop for TRIT. Got all the way up to 930. It's another low flow situation. I know we call it a SPAC. It seems a little crazy though, but anyway, it is what it is. 23 million in the float. Let's see if it recovers or just inches its way right back down, and that is TRIT. HCYB. Is it holding its gains? No, this is not holding the gains at all. This was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. However, let's take a look at this. 12 million in the float. Could be one of those, like those other ones yesterday, like the Cita and the Agri and a couple of other ones the day before. Maybe a rest and then a pop. It's definitely, the float is there, excuse me, for it to do something like that. It did receive, it's FDA clearance to proceed with phase 1B, so it's not that exciting, but anyway, no harm in putting a price alert on it at some point. Tiger gap down. Tiger and FUTU, they usually trade in tandem, and Tiger gap down. I don't see any specific news other than, China Fin. That's a big drop though. I think they were doing some kind of a merger. Wasn't it a merger of some sort 2 days ago? And then take a look at FUTU. The same thing, FUTU. Big gap down, 22%. Again, I don't see any news specifically to it, but these have been hit hard. These China Fins have been hit hard, so. But again, I don't see any specific news on it. LC, yeah, LC, big gap up. The only news I see for LC, well, I'm sorry, it's an earnings play. I don't know, did I have it as an E-gap? Well, okay, it's an earnings play. And Wedbush has also put a $50 price target on them, so LC is an earnings play. Again, the bets were being placed right here yesterday. Look at this daily candle. Nobody thought that the reaction to the earnings release would be like this. Nobody thought, I shouldn't say it like that. I mean, the bets were being placed and the stock was sliding ahead of announcing earnings after hours, and look what happened. BTU, Peabody. BTU is an earnings gap down. Let's see if it's continue. It's had a nice bounce. Actually, it's had a tremendous bounce, but all the way down 1120 up to 1240. Big bounce. DATS, D-A-T-S, did have a press release. I'm not going to go into the press release, but they did have a press release. And as usual, big pop up, and then the drift down. Disaster du jour, RFL. Negative data from their phase 3. Look at this. Well, we've had several of these this past couple of weeks. Look at this. Imagine holding this one, thinking, well, you know, nothing great is happening, nothing bad, nothing good. And then all of a sudden release negative phase 3 data, down 79%. Yikes. Ford, nice earnings play. Ford is gapped up on earnings. Almost an all-time high. You guys were talking about IRNT yesterday. I noticed this morning it was weakening. Let's see if it's bounced up a bit. It's down 12%, IRNT. So I had the big run yesterday towards the end of the day, and now it is gapping down somewhat. Taking into account we had this big run. So I mean, if it had only held this area, you know, it'd be up. Here's an expensive one, TWLO. Morning, Zach. TWLO getting hit hard. Look at this, down 16%, $58. Look at TWLO on earnings. DBGI. Okay, so they're going to be on the Amazon Prime store. DBGI. And I know they popped up. Did they hold? Actually, not bad. Actually, that's not bad. I expected to see this right back down here. So at least it's holding. Very low float. This could be the crazy one today. The high right here is 487 on the daily chart, and then over here 484. So it's slightly above those two highs. On the monthly chart, the high last month was again that's at 487, 490. And over here, 880. So you can kind of see if it can take out 5. And the volume is increasing right now. You can see if it can take out 5. It may have a shot, you know, into this area here. Just have to wait to see how it opens. Wolf, not very much volume. This is I believe this will be its first earnings release. This was again, I can't tell if this is, okay, so this was an IPO here. So first earnings release, pretty stellar. So I guess it was an IPO back here. So earlier this month. Is that right? How could they release earnings already? But anyway, not very much volume yet though. Canadian company, NTGR. It is a gap down earnings play. It's an earnings play, gapping down. The volume is not great yet, but a big 13% drop on earnings. DCRC, this is a SPAC. I wonder if it's still holding its gains. DCRC. Not bad. Okay, so Davidson, D.A. Davidson has initiated coverage with a price target of 16 for DCRC. I guess they are, okay, so they are, I want to say they're going to merge with a company called SK Innovation to produce all solid state batteries. So again, it's an EV play, obviously. Let's see, CRTX. I was watching this earlier. It was starting to bounce a little bit. Of course, that was the one that got horribly hit after hours the day before. I was watching to see if it'd hold 14. It doesn't, yeah, I mean, it may, but this is still, I mean, for all the reasons it got killed yesterday, they're still in existence. And as I was opening the room, this Zedkin popped up, but it is starting to fade. It's already big fade. That was a nice short. Looks like this is an NFT play. Yeah, so reason we don't do that here. I certainly am not a financial advisor. The only thing we always talk about is you get into a trade, you have to have a stop. You have to have a price where you're getting out, okay? So that's the only thing that, you know, in terms of financial advice that I do, but I'm not going to, I think you're talking about the wrong symbol. You're talking HCWB, right? HCWB. Yeah, so if you got in at six, I mean, you have to have a stop. I'm sorry, if you don't know what a stop is, then, you know, when you get into a trade, you have to have a price where you're getting out if the trade doesn't work. So can't help you, really. Can't help you in that saying, yes, you should sell, no, you should hold, or you should do this or that. Okay, I'm not a financial advisor. Oh yeah, we were talking about TRID. You know, the pop-up. I have it quote unquote audit cleared. Cleared them. An audit cleared them. So massive gap, big pop up to 938, big pullback. Not shortable for me anyway. All right, let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. We have a few of each. Well, I actually went long real. I went long right around here, just the break over 7. Didn't take advantage of the full pop to 933, but you know, did okay. I got another fairly low float. I didn't even try to, I didn't even look to short it. Oh, guys, we have some upgrades for TER. Also, I don't know if I mentioned our IFRX that gapped up, but just you guys might want to bring up TER. Put that up on a chart and see what's happening. I see there are 3 upgrades. Let me just see right here. TER. There are 3 upgrades for this one. What's the price of this one? $128. It's not an earnings play. October 26th after hours, so it's already had earnings. I guess this was a reaction here. So 3 upgrades for it. You guys like to trade the little more expensive ones. I'll get the downgrades in now. I'm hearing CMCSA is gapping down. Also CMCSA, hate those 5-letter ones. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades. Let's take a look at what's happening with the major sectors this morning. So I'm going to click on New and then Dock Channel Bar and click on my sector status. Market is in for a big pop, actually. I'm looking at the SPY. Market's in for a big pop here. So what you're seeing, these are the major sectors. So, and as an example, XLK, the technology ETF, these are the stocks that make up that XLK. So compared to yesterday's close, 67% of them are up from yesterday's close. Look at CLAC. Wow, CLAC, is this an earnings play? Not an earnings, it doesn't seem to be an earnings play. This is up 5%. I mean, it's a very, very expensive stock, but big move for it. There's the TER with the 3 upgrades. Energy, only 38% are up, so energy is a little bit weaker. Financial, 70% up. Healthcare, 65% up. Consumer discretionary, 79% up. So this gives you a bit of a glimpse as to what may happen today. Okay, of course, everything can change once the market opens or we get into an hour. Kind of, if you can remember what some of these percentages were, especially the energy. I want to see what happens with energy later on. Now, we certainly were spoiled yesterday with a couple of rockets with the AGTI and the SYTA. I don't know what we're going to see today, if any. IFRX, I don't think I mentioned it. Certainly it's up. It's an earnings play. Relatively low float, 36 million in the float. I think that's a German stock. Yeah, Germany. So this is out of Germany, IFRX. And Raymond James has, wow, okay, so Raymond James is putting a very aggressive price target on them, $14, okay? Another little earnings play, ABEV, another earnings play, a lot of volume. Big float though, 4.4 billion in the float. Take a lot to keep moving this stock, a $3 stock with that amount in the float. It's going to take a lot to move that stock. DATS is actually trying to come back a little bit here. I mean, they did have news. They're launching a social network plus privacy platform. Okay, so be it. That is the news for DATS. This one has a ton of volume, MDGS, but I think it was really, look at this. I mean, it got up to, MDGS got up to 235. It's fallen all the way down to 161 and starting to fade. And this is an NFT play. I'm just looking at a headline. Jumps 19% on joint venture with investing up to $5 million. So, I mean, oh well. That's your news for MDGS, NFT play. Well, Kim, of course, the scary part of your statement was a big loss. That's the scary part of that statement that you put in. I'm glad you made money on Kara, but that's the scary part of your statement because that implies that you did not have a stop. Now, did it work out for you? Yeah, you got, I don't want to say lucky, but it did work out. But isn't there another, Martin, isn't there some chip fabricator releasing today, starting with the letter G? As an IPO? Lucid is still alive here, guys. Lucid had, again, LCID. The only issue you can have with it is that in the last 2 days, it's been maybe if you're trying to intraday trade it, it's been a little bit difficult because it doesn't want to hold its gains. So, I mean, look at these topping tails. So there's the day before. That's yesterday. So, again, what does it mean? Buyers had it up here. Sellers closed it down both days. Will they leave it alone today and just let it run? Now, crypto I see is now hot. Canadian crypto is up, moving up higher here, almost an all-time high. I do see that crypto must be up today because I'm looking at BITO and it is up. So I'm assuming things like Mara and Riot, all the known crypto names. Yeah, look at Mara. And I bet you Riot is doing kind of the same thing. And there's the BITO. Yeah, so I did get even for you guys in the States, you have to get permission to trade this. I mean, it's not a big deal. You just have to go to your IB account, at least in Interactive Brokers. They're forcing you to go to your account and enable it, not just for Canadians. You need to add the complex or leverage exchange traded product permission in your account. Yeah, that's what they're calling, and that's for US also. I checked with Chris Farley, who's got an IB account. Of course, he's in the States, and he gets exactly the same message. So, if I, not that I have a burning desire to trade this, but it's not just Canada. It's the United States also. Now, if you're able to trade this right now, that means at some point you must have enabled the permissions. All right, guys, give me one moment. Thank you, William. I do see that. So yeah, we have a minute before the market opens. Let's have another great trading day, everybody. It's see, we get a couple of more of those small flyers that just give us huge percentage runs. Again, you might see some of these. I'm not using this one necessarily as an example, but you might see some of them run the first half hour or so, then they fall back a bit, base, and then they have another run. So kind of maybe watching that. Yeah, the BKKT, I actually was really looking at taking this one this morning. Thought on that 30 break. I thought maybe that would, if it could maintain 30, I was thinking of taking a bit and potentially swinging it. But Just not comfortable yet with doing that. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes, so I try to let things settle down. I know I will miss the initial runners. And we're open to really no fanfare. Yeah, the situation meaning no stop. Yeah, I don't mean don't trade Kara, but if you're going to trade anything, you should have a stop, in my opinion anyway. You should have a stop. You can always get back in later if you want. I got something going on with my account, I think. Okay, there we go. Yeah, there was something not normal for me not to get alerts immediately, so here we go. All right, TRID on the move again, guys. TRID on the move again after the pullback. Big pop up. I mean, if you just read what the press release said, audit committee investigation has concluded. Relatively low float, not crazy low, but relatively low float, 23 million. And it's halted. Yes, it's halted. Our first halt of the day. We've had so many halts this weekend, or this week. BTU continues down here. Again, it's early. This is an earnings play. BTU, earnings play. Okay, Alamos, AGI on the way down. This is an earnings play. AGI, early earnings. Post-market, they released post-market. Not really any clue, really. I mean, there was this down candle here, then an up. But now it looks like it's starting to drift down. The next low looking left is 768. Takes that out, then it's got a lot underneath, 734 on a percentage basis. But it's early. It is early. What's that RFL doing? RFL, yeah, just kind of hanging tough here now after the huge gap down. Negative phase 3 results. Okay, the airlines, AAL on the way down. American, look out below. What do we have here? 1864 is the next low looking left on the daily chart. Wow, after that, it looks like it's down here around 1829, but American getting thumped right off the bat here. Okay, dare I mention Hudi, H-U-D-I, not an easy intraday trader. Okay, your HCWB though, HCWB, after that big flurry at the beginning, got up to 873, all the way down to 448. Volume coming in, and it did have some news. FDA Um, what's it? Okay, FDA gave them clearance to start a phase 1B. I mean, it's yes, people are going to grab onto any glimmer of hope, but that's the news for it. FDA giving them clearance to start a phase 1B trial or study. And of course, it got halted. I shouldn't say of course, but it got halted. Okay, there's Lucid. Lucid is now above. I mean, it may become a late day fader, or a fade at some point. They all do at some point usually. But now it is above yesterday's high, LCID. Lots of volume came in. All right, Trit just opened. Okay, it's holding, guys. It is holding. It didn't really gap up. It really didn't gap down off that. Well, it looks like it's starting to gap down now. Interesting. There was a delayed reaction. But you know what? If it takes out 786, this could get it rocking. So again, not for everybody. If you're new to trading, I'm just pointing out this one. If it can take out that high right there, remember it did get up to 933 in the pre-market. But it is really starting to fade now. So, but you know what? Just put a price alert right there. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, we just move on. Oh, I see. I did take a glance at that, William, on the RFL. Wow, look at Hudi. I mean, this is HUDI. Crazy active trader. All right, guys. Well, there. Can it take out 8? Trit. All right, I've taken some out, guys, just in case it doesn't really want to take out 8. But that was the plan. There was the alert, 773 or so. Taking some out on that pop over 8. Didn't get it right at 773. We have 23 million. I mean, that's what we have. That's what our... Okay, guys, be careful on it. Antonio, if something like that is not happening, just click on your account and do a reset, okay? Try a reset, okay, Antonio? So click on the account from the toolbar and then do a reset and see if that helps. All right, ACWB resumed. Well, Lucid on a roll here, guys. All right, so that's it for me in the TRIT. If it gets over 8 again, I may take a look at it. But so that to me was just a quick scalp. Okay, this looks like VLTA. Looks like another EV play, VLTA. Yeah, so another EV play, guys. Volta, VLTA. Yeah, there's 1,000 shares at Interactive Brokers to short of TRIT. Not looking at it now. I'm really looking at another 8 break later on, maybe. Okay. That's why I have my price alert set up here. If it happens, great, because all traders are looking at is what happened here. You know, the 935. Meanwhile, HCWB, well, whoever that newbie was that asked about, well, you're now, you're at least positive now. I think you said you got in around 6 something. Reason to live, 635. So you can escape. You know you can. I'm not saying to trade it to sell it now. All I'm saying is that at least now you're obviously more than break even. So you can thank your lucky stars. You had no stop, obviously. But I do caution, I mean, this is just phase 1B, okay? Phase 1B. Yeah, no shorts anymore. No shorts for us anyway, for HCWB. Okay, so look what happened. I mean, it got, oh man, up to $7. I don't know if you're still in the room, but I mean, that's a nasty 704 all the way down to 571, just like that. Look at Ford, guys. Ford F is on the move here. This is maybe an all-time high. Not quite. Within 4% of an all-time high for Ford F. This is an earnings play. Of course, we can call it an EV play now, I guess. Okay, nice move for the SPY here. So we had the pop. There was the initial, so we had the pop pre-market. Here's our first candle, 15-minute candle, green, green, green. And so the Dow's up, Tech's up, SPY's up. So no disconnect in the market yet. This Bud's for you. Look at BUD. Is this an earnings play, Budweiser? It is an earnings play, yes, October 28th, pre-market. So released earnings this morning. Big gap up for Budweiser, BUD. Keep an eye on the TRIT, guys. I mean, it is coming back. I am definitely interested in this one over 8. I'm not telling anybody to do what I'm going to do. I'm just saying I'm interested in it. It gets back over 8. In fact, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to show you how you can use the simulator. 500 shares. I'm going to say take it at 8:05. Pops through 8:05 just to show you how you can do something like this. This is in our simulator, our real-time data. So I'm going to click the buy button and see if it takes it out at some point. You can see that big blue line. This is not advice, Antonio, okay? Not advice. I want to see if it takes out 8. This is not advice. Somebody asking me, you know, do I take TRIT if it gets over 8? AGNC, yes, I did see that one reel. You mentioned that one. AGNC, big move down. It's not an earnings play either. It is not an earnings play. The next low looking left is 1581, so it's very close. To me, it looks like we have some pretty decent support right around here. So no, guys, DBGI not over yet. DBGI not over yet after that big pullback, and now it is halted. DBGI just got halted. Now this could go crazy. I mean, it only has 5.4 million in the float. Whether or not we think that the fact that they're on Amazon Prime is a big deal doesn't really matter. All that matters is that traders are wanting to pour into this one. Look at that, 45 million in the float have traded already. I mean, it's almost 10 times the float, 8.38 to be exact. DBD is an earnings play sinking also. Look at this one, DBD. So if you look left on this monthly chart, wow, I mean, it's got some support on the monthly chart around $6. This is an earnings play. DBD gapping down. You know what I'm looking at, guys. Okay, guys. All right, well, I had to trade some out. I mean, this is still too whippy. Just sort of a scalp trade for the TRIT. So look at that big topping tail. Whew. Yeah, so I do see that it showed up on my option scanner at 828, on that pop up. But, look, I am now resetting my alert around 818 for TRIT. See if it takes it out later on. It is still a little too whippy. I got pretty fortunate. It got up to 832. But that turned out to just be a scalp trade. You have to really watch these. All right, DBGI just opened. And okay, there's the pop. I mean, listen. I did not get this one. I did not get it. I was looking to take it around this 570 mark, but it just went too quickly for me. And it's halted again. DBGI just got halted again. Sugar! Like, it doesn't matter what we think about this press release regarding Amazon. Doesn't matter what we think. Oh well. This looks like this is going to be the crazy one. I mean, it's up 100% now. Boy, this is a whippy one. I mean, 750 up to 8. But you're right. I mean, it did hit 828 on my option scanner. And an alert set up here. Boy, it is really, really whippy right now. Maybe this time, if it gets over 8, it can hold. Boy, it's... God, you know what I'm doing? I'm just having to watch, guys. I mean, okay, now. There it goes. Okay. I'm talking, of course, the TRIT. Don't be afraid to trade this. I don't know if it's completely settled down yet. I'm just trading this, okay? I have no expectations that it's going to take this out. I'm just looking at this 935 in the pre-market, seeing if it can be a bit of a magnet. All right, guys. Well, again, if you have the stomach for this, this is turning into a great winner. Picked up Wolf this morning, yes, in the pre-market. WOLF, yes, Sparky. Picked it in the. I don't trade that price of stock, but it did pick it up. Yes, it's in fact it's on my. Put it in my watch. I put it in right up here. Wolf, get E-gap up. Okay. I just don't trade that price of a security, but a great run. A great run. Whew. LC, guys, LC is rebounding now. It had the drop in the pre-market, got up to 43, dropped down here to down to 38, but it is a big rebound now for LC. And this is an earnings play. LC is an earnings play. That's a fairly low float for a $43 stock. I mean, it's not high, it's not low, but 95 million in the float. And DBGI just resumed and a gap down. Okay. Not chartable for me at Interactive Brokers. Man, look at the volume on that TRID. So this will trade the float. 23 million in the float. It's traded 16 million today already. So it will trade the float easily. Oh man, it's getting closer to this map. You know what? Stick an alert, 906, price alert. I do this just to, I pretend I'm inducing it upwards. I hear another one ringing in my ear, CLPS. So this used to be, I cannot verify, but it used to be an NFT play or something like that. So NFTs are getting alive again. So CLPS and 7 million in the float. Oh my goodness, this is an earnings play, ARR, and if we look left, I hope it's a huge move under 1023. Yeah, not really. Oh, remember this one, guys, from a couple of days ago, double I, double N, double I, double N, and it, unfortunately, it just got halted. Now remember what this one did 2 days ago, got up to 967. That's all traders are looking at right now. Yesterday's high was 497. So let's see where this halt takes us out. If it can break over 5, this could get a lot of people interested. Again, just looking at that daily chart from 2 days ago. Amazing action, as always, in the first half hour. ATI, guys, could be interesting. This is an earnings play, breaking over 17, and the next high looking left is 1826. That has got some room. ATI's got some room if it wants to. So watch how well it holds over 17. It's an earnings play, so you know it'll be active all day. It's a big float, so it shouldn't be too whippy. But you just have to look left. I mean, there's the next high looking left. Stick an alert around 1714 for ATI. See if it takes that out later on. Yeah, I don't use the 200-day. Doesn't mean you shouldn't or anybody else shouldn't. I'm sorry, the 50-day. I just use the 200-day, but we'll see what happens here. If we can regain 17. All I'm doing is I'm just looking left to see how much room it has to the next high. It certainly has enough room. I'm not saying it's going to get there. All right, well, that looks like, again, TRIT is very, very whippy still. All right, things have settled down a little bit for me right here in terms of the alerts coming in. Now, a word on this one, okay? I'm going to flatten out. I'm going to get out of this position right here, okay? Now, at one point it was up $430, okay? Obviously, and I'll show you this a little bit later, but this is the simulator in action. So at one point on this one, I was up $430. I allowed it to drift all the way back down to only a $64 gain when I exited. Obviously, when you are trading, you can't allow that to happen, okay? I'm going to talk a little bit about the simulator later on, but this is using our real-time data, part of our standard service, okay? You need to be using our application, downloadable application, as opposed to the web-based version. And then you'll see up here it says Brokerage Plus. You click on Sim. It'll say something about account. And then you just click on it and then choose Simulated Trading Default. Okay? But these numbers right there, these three in fact, are a decent gauge about how good are your exits. MXL, let's take a look at MXL. I'm sure you're looking at a okay, guys, keep an eye on the IIM. It is now over 5. Oh, well, I got a little bit. I'll have to see now. I mean, it's halted again. That might be a good thing that I didn't get what I wanted, but So right now, this is telling me that's a horrible exit, okay? The distance from the exit price. I really just wanted to demonstrate some things here, though. The distance from the exit price is now telling me that where I exited, it is 66 cents above, which is, of course, not what you'd like to see when you get out of a trade. Okay, so for the double I, double N, oh wow, there it goes. Trit is, I mean, the only thing you can say is this, obviously the trend was up, but, you know, a lot of bottoming tails here tend to whip you out of positions. AUPH actually I noticed had a downgrade this morning. Not that that makes a big difference, but it did have a downgrade this morning. How's that react? Wow, look at this, AUPH. So much for that downgrade this morning. Don't know who downgraded them, but you know all these guys, Zach. Who the heck is Betaville? CYH on the move. This used to be a super active one. Is this an earnings play? Yeah, CYH on the move, but look at this coming right into that 200-day moving average. So I think it could struggle. A couple of reasons. It could struggle to get through 12, and if it does, there's the 200-day at 12.20. That could block it also. So you know what? Keep an eye on this one for a potential short if it cannot, you know, take out 12 with any oomph. Okay, this has been a little bit erratic today, but the BKKT. Look what it did. It got all the way down to 27. It's popped back up to 30. You know what's having a nice little bounce is FUTU. FUTU got hammered this morning, but look what it's doing now. It's taking out the pre-market highs. I don't know what it's going to do. Let's take a look at Tiger, cheaper version of it maybe. Doing the same thing. So Tiger and FUTU doing the same thing. Ori guys, ORI, not Ori in the room, but Ori the stock. ORI is an earnings play. Now, what is it doing? Looking left on the monthly chart, 26.17. It's got a little bit of room before it starts getting close to that high of last month. I thought you'd like that, Ori. All right, I'm going to demonstrate something here also. Let's say I wanted to take a trade again, but only if it pulled back to say, 8. I mean, I'll put a big pullback on that one. So let me just go 500. I'm going to put 8 in both boxes. Okay, click the buy button again, and you'll see a blue line will appear on the chart. Okay, so it'll take the trade if it moves down to 8. That's how you can take a trade on a pullback, how you can practice that in our simulator. And again, I'm not saying that's where anybody should take the trade. I'm just demonstrating the mechanics of it. Okay, guys, so there's a CYH. It is so far rejecting that 12 level. CYH rejecting the 12 level. Muted. Thank you. Good old Becca. So what I was saying is that I am still watching the trip. I am not in it anymore. I traded it a couple of times. Had to be very quick. Didn't give me exactly what I was wanting. Escaped the in, guys. I escaped the in when it opened. So the double I, double N, I'm looking at it again if it takes out that 512 level. Whoa, there it goes, Trid. I'm not in it. But you've got to be, look, this is not for everybody. I mean, look how whippy it still is. Just when you think it's really going to leave 9 behind, pull right back down to 9. Got to be very careful on something like this one on the Trid. Maybe the idea is to take fewer shares, wider stop, then you can hang on a little bit longer, but So I'm assuming E-Trade has shorts for TRID. Come on, load. Kara from yesterday, guys. This was a AI alert yesterday through that 200-day moving average. Meanwhile, TRID again doing its thing. Good for you, Raul. So this was we talk about, the use of the AI. Was not a recommendation necessarily, but, this closed well, the Kara closed well. So you had a choice. You could say, okay, it closed well. You could choose to swing it if you wanted to. You look left, it had a lot of room till the 18 mark, 1836. So the idea would be, you saw the Kara trade yesterday from the AI. Just put an alert at the high and see if it ticked, which it did, took it out at 1660, and you can then make up your mind. Hey, it might be a good extension from yesterday's AI alert. Because we get the question all the time, can the AI be used for swing trading? Swing trading, it's up to you if you want to swing trade, but that's what I'd be doing. I'd be putting an alert at the high and then seeing if it took it out the following day. Sorry, I should have been watching the Nielsen. I know Rio mentioned Nielsen earlier, NLSN, and it's probably scalping, or not scalping, but it's moving down. Yep, nicely done. Kind of keeping an eye on this Kara, guys. The CARA, longer it holds over 17. It has room when you look left. Over the 200-day moving average, there it is. 200-day is 1655. So it touched it yesterday, basically closed right at it, and then it popped through it this morning. The CRTX, guys, is on the way down. Okay. Had a little bit of excitement in the pre-market. Maybe people thought it could, maybe pop a couple of dollars. Not at all. Again, as I said in the pre-market when it was doing this, for all the reasons why it got killed yesterday, they're still there. Thank you, William. I'm not in it now, but Karamiyamai, Jay and the Americans guy died yesterday. Lead singer. See, I almost broke into song for you, Becca. I saw it this morning, INQ, and as you know, I can't give, but IONQ, I did see it this morning. I mean, it looks like an IPO, but it is not. Of course, this was a SPAC, and it became IONQ, but I mean, look, it looks good. I mean, it depends where your stop is, of course. This is not an EV play. I thought it was an EV play, something to do with, I think, quantum computers. We all know who that is. Good morning, Vicky. Here's another one ripping higher here. Guys, AUUD. AUUD. All right, is it shortable? Yes, it's shortable for me. So what happens here is you look left, 315 is the next high looking left. AUUD, ripping higher, but it's got, in fact, it's got a couple of highs, 317 and 315. See if there's any specific news. I don't see any news on it. Not for today, anyway. Tsunami. Good morning. Well, guys, it's been a fast morning. 10:20 already. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, in which I share my screen and I am live on the mic. We still have a nice promo on for 25% off trade ideas. Something just got halted. It's another one of the SPACs. FIACU just launched. Okay, those of you in YouTube, can you hear me? And if you can, please say yes. So Ija, you're usually there. The reason I'm saying that is that I cannot post anything. It's giving me an error. So I don't know if something's happened. So you can hear me. Okay, so I'm going to have to... Okay, I'm just going to close it down and relaunch it again. Just the chat portion. Hopefully that... Yeah, guys, I don't know if you guys can still hear me on YouTube. All right, I just was able to type in there, so can you guys still hear me? Just give me a quick yes, Ija, if you can hear me. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, now I can just post in the test drive link. Not the test drive link, but the promo. Cara, guys, Cara Mia Mai. All right, so I just posted in, now I'll do it again. I'll post my homepage again. Lots of information on my homepage. So if you're in the main trading room, this is what I call a main trading room, there is my homepage tab, obviously available all day long. When you click on it, there is the link. And this is what you'll see. So there's a promo code, test drive 25. That'll get you 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. This is how much it costs. We have 4 plans, an annual, monthly, premium, standard, $22.68 a year, minus that 25%. I think it works to about a little over $4 a day. Standard, $10.68 a year, minus the 24%. I think it's a little over $2 a day. Okay, the big difference is the AI, which I'll go into in a little bit. Three free sections. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do at noon. And also education, the big education section. Most of it is, of course, relevant to Trade Ideas. We have a user guide, a very comprehensive user guide now. And it's broken into sections here, okay? Also a full table of contents that is searchable, okay? So a very comprehensive user guide now. But if you're starting out with Trade Ideas, you know, before you get into the user guide, I would take a look at the introductory lessons. You know, what is a top list, building them, alert windows, creating them, etc. Okay, so all the way down to the AI, which we nickname Holly, and Brokerage Plus. So, wow, Cara, guys, Cara. Okay, sorry guys, I'm just doing some trading here. Okay, so more information here, the daily support session. So today is Thursday. Today it should be Jamie in our YouTube room. I monitor both rooms, or moderate both rooms, but at noon I do take a break. And so when I take my break, one of the other traders takes over, and today it'll be Jamie, and he'll be there between 12 and 1 before I take my break. I will put the link for the YouTube room in the main room, so you can head over there if you want to while I'm on my break. Daily webinars, we're back to our schedule. So today there is not one. Next week it is the Tuesday, Thursday. But you can sign up for them all here. We're on a rotating schedule now. One week it's Monday, Wednesday. Then next week it's Tuesday, Thursday. And that is next week. Back to basics if you're new to trading. So this is what I meant. So most of all this other stuff is all relevant to Trade Ideas. But this is, if you're new to trading, a great little video series put on by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. I really would encourage you to watch this if you're new to trading. It's all free. And then the last section here, of course, you have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas. So if these are all the scans that I'm sharing, here is my layout. It looks basically like what you see, what I'm sharing, okay? And a lot of other different scans are in here, including, you know, my favorite one, the moving higher with unusually strong options. Only the one today, you know, 828 for the TRIT. So that worked out okay. I'm not saying it would have been easy, but because it was pretty erratic, but that's the only one today so far. But I have a lot of other alerts. These are the four I use in the pre-market: gap up, gap down, shared, pre-market actives up and down. These are the four I use in the pre-market to find the stocks that might move for the day, okay? So, a lot of information in these two sections. Save my link, then you can look at them whenever you want. Shoot. Well, I was doing all this stuff. I'm not in it. Well, it just got halted again. I'm not back in that double N. Okay, guys, did you see what happened here? Remember I told you how you can take a trade on a pullback? So trade pulled back to 8. Sorry, yes, to 8. It took the trade. Okay? Now, I should mention these are hotkeys. So if I want to get out of a trade, I can flatten it, or I can get out of half my trade, or I can double it, or I could go here, pick how many shares I want to sell and the price. Okay? I'm just going to flatten out of this trade right now. Show you how you do it. Okay, so I flattened out of the trade. Just wanted to show you how you do it. This is in the simulator. Practice trading. Guys, Kara. Now I basically said, look, here was the alert yesterday from the AI. You can, what I would do with the AI alerts, even if you didn't take them, is just put a price alert, the high of the day, and then if the next day it takes it out, you can start watching it. And, with the Kara, I mean, if you had done that, you could have got in, between 1665 and 17, somewhere in there. Watch how it was trading. But the main thing is that when you look left, you've got room. 1825 is the next high looking left. So there is a way in which you can use the AI to swing trade. Okay? We get the question all the time. So if a trade doesn't work today, for instance, with the AI, you can just put an alert at the high and see if it takes it out the following day. Around 1722 for the Kara, for me. Just looking at my... So this is going to be one that I'm going to highlight today. This is probably going to be my stock of the day, not because it's had the most incredible percentage run, but to try to explain how you can use the AI in a different way. Because again, we get the question all the time. I want to swing trade. I want to swing trade. Well, so for instance, looking today as an example, if these trades, the ones that aren't working, for instance, the short of a lot of people don't want to short. And these are, the only one that's in my price range today that I like to follow are the ones under 20. But let's just, for argument's sake, take a look at this one, the 49.94 for the UCT. So this is what I do. I put an alert up here, at the end of the, wait for the end of the day, put an alert up here, because you can kind of see it still has room to run if it wants to. But it's another way to use the AI without taking the trades the day of. That's why there's no video on how to use it. But I'm telling you, Kara, I didn't cherry pick this. I mean, this is something that, closed well yesterday. And right at that 200 day, you can just see it. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. By the way, I'm just going to show you one other thing here. I've asked them. So we've got this new, where are you? Market Explorer, okay? It's available for everybody. You have to be on the latest version of Trade Ideas, okay? So these are all created. You cannot, so there's the 820 cross on gappers, daily RSI, TI strength, etc., etc. So these are all available right now. Now the issue is that these are alerts and the filters are already set. You cannot do anything with them, okay, right now anyway. So what I've asked them to do is on the 820 cross gappers, I've actually asked them to take this, the basic new highs and lows, use the filters that are in place here, and then apply it to this alert. And then I think it'll be done by tomorrow, just to sort of see what sort of crosses we get the 820 cross. Okay? Trial and error. That's on a 2-minute time frame. Okay? And again, this is trial and error. See what sort of alerts we get. I mean, you can use it right now, but you know, I just think you get too many alerts right now. So for instance, these are the only ones you'd get all day so far. So we are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. You can use Trade Ideas no matter where you live in the world, and it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So this is an example of a scan, the basic new highs and lows. So if you're wanting to build your own scans, this is how you would start. You always start off with filters. This is what this is looking for, stocks between $1 and $20, high relative volume, so it's trading very abnormally, 8 times normal. 400,000 shares, up or down 5% from the open, and it's made at least 45 new highs or new lows. This is what these filters are, okay? Or we're trying. So if a stock makes a new high or a new low, intraday high or low, meeting these filter requirements, I'll get a real-time alert. Okay, so that's how you always start off, by building a scan with the filters. Otherwise, if I didn't have filters and I just asked it to tell me what stocks are making new highs or new lows for the day, of course I'd be inundated. I should be back in that double N. So that's if you want to build your own scans. And if you do want to build your own scans, right click, configure on an alert window. And here are, if you click on search, these are all of the alerts that we have. And if I scroll down, here are all the filters that we have when we get to these icons. You do not have to learn all the definitions of each one of these. You know, we tried to create enough of them so that for the vast majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. That's why we have so many. You don't have to learn them all. It's one of the, you know, I don't want to call a complaint, but people get Trade Ideas and they feel overwhelmed because, oh my gosh, how am I going to learn them all? You don't have to, okay? It's just that we have so many. You know, it's like looking at a MS Word manual. You look at it and you say, oh my gosh, how am I going to learn all that? You don't have to, you know. You pick and choose the things you want to do, and that's it. So, as again, if you want to build your own scans, that's how you can do it. But of course, I am sharing a lot of my scans. Plus, if you go to our toolbar and click on New, click on that dock channel bar, you will see there are a lot of themed channels in here. I always like the momentum channel to highlight that. It's a very popular one. So here's the momentum channel as an example. Okay, so here's an alert window. And you look at it, and it's firing with Lucid right now. If you again right click, configure, summary, you can see what it's looking for. So if you like what you see, you know, if you like the price range, but if you didn't, you can always change it. You know, maybe you want between 10 and 100. Click on the summary, see how it's changed. So if you have changed it to how you would like this window to be, then you can save it to the cloud. You just right click, duplicate into a free floating window. And here it is. It showed up on another monitor. And then you just save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, save. Why am I doing that? Okay, first of all, I'm not going to save it, but I'm going to show you why I'm explaining all this. Now, first of all, when you make a change here in the channel, if you remain on the channel, of course, your changes are going to remain. The minute you go off the channel, though, and then you come back, your changes are not saved. The reason why they're not saved, the channels are for everybody. So the fact that you want to make a change to some of the one of the filters does not mean that that's what everybody wants to do. But typically, this is how you can go through the channels, you can surf through the channels all day long, but you can also extract, just like I was showing you, a window to the cloud, a scan to the cloud. Then you can say move on to another one. Just going to move on to the stocks surging. So here's one called the action is heating up right now. You might like that one. You can save it to the cloud. So the concept is this. Without having to know how you build these scans in the first place, you can extract them, save them to the cloud, and then File, Load from Cloud. And if you'd save them, you will see them right at the top. You just highlight, load, highlight the next one, load, thereby creating a layout, of scans that you have extracted from various theme channels without having to know how to build them in the first place. So we try to make it very, very, very easy. Okay, now the AI, we nicknamed it Holly. If you have our premium service, what I would do is this. I would just click on from our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you'll see. Never mind these two, but you'll see this window, okay? You just wait for the alerts to happen. You will not get any alert until at least 9:35. You see the earliest one was right here at 9:44. Some work, some don't. How you trade it will be up to you. I use it like a watch list, but as I was saying before, what I would do is I would put price alerts, depending on how the stock traded. I would put a price alert at, say, the high of the day, or even at the entry price, especially if it dipped down below and closed down below, and see what happens the next day, using it like a swing trading vehicle, okay? I would take this window, I would incorporate it as part of your layout so that every morning you don't have to load it. And again, when you load, if you load trade ideas before the market opens, that window will be blank and you just wait for the alerts to happen. You have a suggested entry, you have a stop, and again, how you trade them will be up to you. And again, Kara is a stellar. There it is. Okay, there was the buy yesterday. You can see there's the flag. If you see a buy arrow on a daily chart or a weekly or a monthly chart, that means it was an AI alert from a previous day. So obviously this was yesterday. So the suggestion was the alert came at 1550. The exit was at 1643. Okay. Almost at the high of the day. And again, you can always just place an alert right at that high of the day or at that exit. How you're going to use it will be up to you, but man, oh man, what a great continuation. So I've been demonstrating how you can use this window to simulate, to do practice trading, paper trading, simulation trading. You'll need to use this window that we call Brokerage Plus, you need to be using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, unfortunately it is not available. I just popped a video or a link to two videos, the Brokerage Plus videos. So the first video, the short one, shows you if you have an Interactive Broker account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. You see underneath here, Brokerage Plus, we have two options, live and simulation. So of course, if you watch that first short video, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, you'd click on live, and then you can trade using this window. You'd be connected. You have to have a subscription with real-time data for both of them. Okay, but then you can use this window to trade if you want to. It's a feature, it's an option, not mandatory to use. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner, that's what we do. You can use this with any broker. Just means you won't be able to use that feature. Please don't ask about TDA or TOS or any other brokerage platforms. I have no idea if or when you'll be able to use this for those platforms. And of course, I've been demonstrating the other way, of course, is using it as a simulator to practice trading. Practice, practice, practice. Amidst all that, of course, took some almost got $1 on that move for me for the Cara. Almost got $1. It got over 18. You know me, stock gets over a whole number and then it starts to approach that whole number again. I will always take some out. Now here's another one, guys. This was from a couple of days ago. You know, the Perry, a couple of days ago. Didn't pan out yesterday, but this was a buy from the AI on 2 days ago. Getting in at, well, the trigger was at 27.60, exit 29.12, tremendous. This was an earnings play. And I was suggesting yesterday or that day that, you know, you might have a second day continuation. It didn't happen, but I'd be putting an alert up here, you know, around that 30 mark to see if it takes it out at some point because it's got the room. You know, just look left and it's got room to keep running if it wants to. Sometimes it'll go the next day. I mean, I'm not, you know, there's no guarantee it's going to take out those highs, but, you know, no harm in putting an alert around 30 and seeing if it takes it out at some point. All right, guys, let's see what is happening now. So unfortunately, I completely missed out on getting back in the IIN. However, this is a low float, and I will stick an alert around 6:15 or so and see if it takes it out. In fact, what I'll do in the simulator is I'll say, let's take 500 shares. If it gets up to 6:15, it might get it going again. So I'll just click on the buy button. You'll see I think I'm going to do more of this showing how to use the simulator, okay? So that's a big pullback for the Cara, guys. So again, you've got to trade them. Now, at any time, if you want to, I put in this for the double I, double N, okay? I did put, let's get the chart up again, double I, double N. So you'll see the blue line right there. So if it takes out 615, it'll take the trade. But if I don't want to do it, if something, maybe the market just crashes and, for whatever reason, I just decide, you know what, I don't like the way it's trading. I just have to go to the orders section and then right click on it and cancel. Cancel the order to buy it, okay? That's all I do. So watch, I'm going to cancel it. And the blue line disappears. But I will re-input it. And again, click the buy button and that blue line will appear again. So again, this is a great way to practice trading. Notice here the distance from the exit price, minus 29 cents. So at that point where I got out, it's 29 cents below. That's what you want to see. But this is a good, if this turns positive, you might think, okay, maybe I should get back into this one as an example. A different way to use the distance from the exit price. Okay, so you see it just took the trade. Don't know why the max P&L is not giving us a number. This max P&L should be giving us a number. What the max P&L means is that when you're in the trade at 500 shares, what was the maximum you could? There we go. Yeah, this is really delayed. It's got to be fixed. I know they're working on a really rapid uptick of all this stuff, guys. So it's in the simulator, of course. So again, if you were up $112, you got up here on something that is very wild, you get in at 604 and that stock pops up to 647. For me anyway, you've got to trade these. These are with that low of a float, and you already see the topping tail on the previous 15-minute candle. Got up to 651. That's exactly where this one got up to. Again, what do these topping tails mean? Again, at one point, the buyers had it right up here, and then the sellers knocked it down, so it closed at 584. Buyers are trying again, and so there's a battle going on between the buyers and the sellers right now. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so not that I would, so I could not partake in that, but treating simulation trading like it's your real money as opposed to just playing around. But please practice trading before you commit money to the market. All right, buy high, sell low. It sounds like you are in that trade, the DBGI. So just be careful about pumping it a little bit, okay? Halt. Sounds, is it regaining its luster from yesterday, SYTA? It is. It is. Still down for the day. Look at it collapse at the end. I mean, that's a massive. I mean, this got up to what, 971, got cut in half. Well, Keith, I'm not really going over stops right now. I mean, obviously, if you're in the trade, you want to have a stop, I can add a stop, of course. Okay. When you get into a trade, you have to know where you're getting out. I was just really trying to demonstrate, a very quick use of the simulator without getting into the finer details of, okay, you should have a stop, etc., share sizing, okay. Well now, what do we do here with this SYTA? Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Excellent, Kim. Buy the warrants. 152, 155 for the SYTA warrants. Now the spread just is kind of widening. Kind of watching it, the warrant action 154, 161. This is for the SYTA. Yeah, I don't know about this. It's interesting. The warrants are dropping, and the stock is staying basically the same, but the warrant prices are dropping. Now look at this pop here. The warrants seem to be lagging, Ija. Okay, guys. All right, well, I took the warrants. Let's see. I did take the warrants. I don't like the spread. I don't know what the spread is on the stock. Sorry, guys, I have to watch this. Well, I don't know about the warrant, but the stock is ripping here. Yeah, in that case, I wish I'd bought the stock. That stock popped way more than the warrants did. Stupid warrants. Also, IB takes you through several screens before. Anyway. I'm out of it. I don't, for whatever reason. No, wait a minute. Am I going to get out? I just want to watch this for a little bit. I mean, I'm in at 149, so I mean, I'm not. Yeah, I'm out. I'm out of it. I just out of it. Oh, good exit. It's interesting because the stock popped, but the warrants did not follow suit in the same percentage. Anyway, enough of that. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, I am now back. So again, guys, obviously watching this one should have, if you're truly practicing trading, you should not let something that you were up $112 in turn into a $400 loss, okay? If you're watching it. Treat it like it's your real money. And of course, if I had done this in the simulator, I would have had a stop in place. So I would not allow something like this to happen. Well, let's just get out of it. Now there's a new, this is in the, I have no idea what this is. The real-time stock race. This is something new. I just noticed it right now. I gotta find out what it is. It doesn't look like it's something, again, I'm in a development version. I don't know what this is. Ah! Blasted. I missed this one. 11:07 it happened. IFRX. Oh, you talk about a great alert from the option scanner, guys. 438, 475 right now. Could have got it at probably around 442, 444. I was monkeying around that stupid Hot Wheels. What a great alert from the option scanner. Oh my goodness. It's an earnings play, and I believe I put down that Raymond James upgrading it, strong buy with a $14 price target. Okay, there you go. So, two of them today for my scanner. Trit, I'm not saying this would have been super easy, but at 828, it did get up to 953, and then this one just exploded from 438. You had a chance to get in it, close to that price, and so on up to 480 on a percentage basis. That's a tremendous percentage move in a blink of an eye. Trit may not be over, guys. Trit is rearing its head over 8 again. So let's just demonstrate something here. I mean, okay, I'm not properly share sizing or anything like that. I just want to buy at the market, okay? And I'm going to now I show you where you could put a stop down around 775. Just show you how that works. See how that big red line will appear on the chart. Right there. So if it takes me out, so I usually when I'm demonstrating, I'm risking $100 in the simulation, and that would share size me and all that. But I'm not getting into that right now. But anyway, you see what happens if it takes me out at 775, I'll lose $130. This is in the simulator. Okay, I see why somebody mentioned Agri. So Agri It was a big star from yesterday. I guess it probably popped, not unlike the SYTA. You know, Zach, you're right. Hoodie is actually trading relatively calmly for it. Relatively calmly for it. Look at this. What a move. I mean, good. This is almost getting to almost a 10 bagger. Not quite. Probably about a 9 bagger. 8.5. From back here. This is the beginning of the month. The 8th to the 28th. 20 days. From say 3 to 27. Wow. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I was on mute for a second here. Okay, so this is a SPAC. Got up to this. When I say this is a SPAC, I'm talking DCRC is a SPAC. It's just showing up on my option scanner. Okay, it did hit 1170 in the pre-market. All right, stick my alert up here, 1135. I don't love the SPACs that come from the option scanner, but some of them have worked quite well. I just have to look here. There's where it did get to in the pre-market. Don't know if it'll get any further than that. So okay, next high looking left for IFRX is 488. What did it get to? Got up to, well, in the pre-market, it got to 5, actually, over 5. So, yeah, Okay, we actually have even a little bit of a red bar ignored forming on the 2-minute chart for DCRC. Not exactly 11:35. Yeah, so that is just a little bit above. That red bar is a little bit above the high of the previous green candle, so it's not technically, but it's really close. Theory being, you have an uptrend, pause in the uptrend. If the next candle is green above the high of that candle, it could keep going. That's the theory behind it. Yeah, not yet. Not yet. This is a, I'm under development version, Martin, okay? So not yet. Need some work. A couple of things I'd like to see. First of all, I'd like to see the option not to have it if you don't want it, you know. So right click, properties, have a, you know, if you, not everybody wants to see it on the chart, so that's one. Number two, we definitely have, right now, it's only going forward, all right? By that, I mean it's not looking at say, yesterday's after hours, which of course is very, very critical. So give me one that was yesterday after hours. Let's see. Was Ford? Okay, so there's Ford as an example, okay? So Ford released after hours. Now that should be, you know, an earnings play. And it should show up here, you know, something like earnings after hours yesterday, something like that. All right, let's see. Well, what a drop. I didn't see this at all. Okay, that in the pre-market. The reason being is that it didn't really have any activity in the pre-market, but SCPL, just getting hammered here. I don't see any specific reason for it. It's on an earnings play. I don't see any specific reason for its big drop. SCPL. Yeah, DBGI is trying to come back here. You see testing the VWAP 486. I have this thumbnailed, of course. So I wonder if this has any similarity to the IonQ, quantum computing, and IonQ. Okay, so yeah, so that's what these guys do. They develop and manufacture quantum computers, and the QUBT, with quantum computing in its name, I'm going to assume they do something very similar. Maybe they don't build them. It doesn't look like they build computers, but Well, guys, I mentioned the FUTU earlier, and it is continuing to march up a little bit. Mentioned it right about here, I think, around 55, 56 level. Starting to move. Let's see if Tiger is doing the same thing. TIGR doing the same thing. I did not take that one, but yeah, Tiger's not moving like FUTU. I agree, real. That getting over 5 again, that little psychological number for DBGI. Remember, it got up to 661. Low, 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 low float. Again, doesn't matter what we think about, Amazon, added to the Amazon Prime store. It doesn't really matter what we think. All that matters is what other traders think. So at this point with the trip, in the simulator, if I looked at this and said, you know what, I just don't like the way it's trading. I don't have to wait for the stop. It's the 775. For instance, for me, if it broke down through 8, I would be out of the trade, number one. But, if I just didn't like the way it's trading, I could always exit early, of course, or take out half. If I loved the way it was trading, I could double my position. These are hotkeys right here, flatten, half, double. So this is what Real is talking about. There's the 15 ADMA in the 15-minute chart. Kind of hard to see it. Well, Zach, the hoodie might hit your 30 today, just a couple of days later. Okay, guys, yes, all eyes on DBGI, how well it holds over 5. There's an alert. In fact, I'm going to set an alert around 508 or so. In fact, I'll just put... Okay, in fact, what I'll do... let's, again, just showing you how you can do something like this. Let's just say I thought if it could break 515, I'd want to take the trade. Okay, so let's see. I'm just showing you how you can do this stuff. So there was a delay in taking this. I had it at 5:15. Yeah, just a second. I think our charts are stuck. This is in the simulator, of course. All right, but this is now, okay, this is another interesting one. Now, the only difference between some of the other ones that we were tracking earlier this week is the float, okay? I mean, it's not a high float, 36 million is certainly not crazy high, but it's not one of those ones that are under 10 million or 5 million like the SYTA and the Agri yesterday. But look what it's doing. Look what it's doing on the 2-minute chart, basing nicely. So if, if this popped over, say, I don't know, 450-ish, put an alert here, 458, and it did so on volume, this could get this running again. Okay, so that's the beauty of the price alerts. You just set the price alert, you forget about it. When you get the price alert, it'll pop up on your screen. If you're not using our price alerts, you should be. I really, really encourage you to. You notice right there, it says IFRX is right down here. Let me just put a price alert. I'm going to minimize the window. And you access the price alerts from our toolbar. Click on New and then Price Alerts window. Okay. I'm going to minimize this window. That's what I do. I minimize it. I don't have to stare at it. Okay, so I just bracketed. I put 2 more price alerts for IFRX. I just there. You see how it popped up on my screen? Can't miss it. Can't miss it. Just minimize the window. Sort on the triggered time column, so you'll see it right at the top. Okay, the last one, you'll see right at the top. I actually put a sound alert on it also. Okay, I use the sound alert. It's the same menu as putting a sound alert in an alert window. And I do that again because, and it just triggered again. If I had it minimized, it would have triggered again. The reason I put the sound alert on is in case I wander away from my computer and I have a wireless headset on, so I won't miss the alert. I can come back, race back in and see what it was. Yeah, not really, Caleb. I mean, obviously you can find stocks that went up, but as far as the consolidation is, not really for a scan, okay? I mean, this is what I'd be doing, just kind of like I was saying with the IFRX. Big pop up, I mean, again, imagine this were even a lower float. And then what I do is, because I know that it's active, then I put a price alert. Here's kind of the consolidation, okay? And then I put a price alert to see at a price that I think, okay, if it broke out of that consolidation, I want to know about it. That's how I'd use the price alerts. Okay? That's how I would do it. I mean, obviously the DBGI, I mean, in the pre-market, you would have known all about it in the pre-market. So it should be on a watch list somewhere. It should be maybe a thumbnail chart somewhere. But as far as an overall scan to say up, down, consolidation, no. Not that I'm, not anything that I have. That is ugly though for the DBGI. Now, the other thing you can do is to find stocks that gapped up, just to have an idea about what they are, and then they have pulled back. I can give you something which is called pullbacks from winners. Let me just see. Biggest pullbacks on winners, okay? So for instance, so now you can make some adjustments, okay? So for instance, if you want to, you can, whatever price range you want, whatever volume you want. So the price was down in the last 30 minutes. The stock was up at least 3% from the open, fine. Now you can add the float though if you want. Low float, whatever your low float is. I mean, I can make this for you just to show you. So whatever your low, what would you consider a low float? What would be your max? Okay, so let's go 10 million. Okay, so these are stocks that popped and they pulled back. Now, whether they're consolidating or not, that's where, now you're not going to find too many. That's where, so this is the topless window. So now you can kind of look at it, say, okay, maybe consolidating a little bit. Okay, put a price alert somewhere where you think if it broke out of this area, you want to know about it, as an example. Make sense? So it's not a default scanner. I'll just give it to you. I just created it. So okay, and then the other way, if you flip it, that would be stocks that have been hammered down and maybe a little pull up. So you can look at those and say, you know what? If this pull up doesn't last, maybe it'll a continuation on a short. So again, guys, if you're paying attention, you shouldn't allow something like this to happen. You're up a little bit 32 and then allowing to be a $232 loss. I'm just going to flatten that out. See, the difficult part is creating the scan that then has the consolidation aspect in it. You can find the ones that popped and then pulled back. And then all I would do is just click on the alerts, click on the symbols, and see, what is it doing after that pullback. And then it's easy enough to set a price alert. There's a big wow. I say I've missed it. I missed it. I missed it. I missed it. I was in the talking phase, and that's what I was talking about though. The little pop out of consolidation here. And did it do it on volume? Yeah, okay. I mean, look at the 2 minute. Compared to the previous ones. So it's a little bit of a pop, and the volume is steady. Whew. Okay, guys, I just want to confirm that it is Jamie in our YouTube room today. Si, senor. That's what he said. Okay, so Jamie will be there. So what I'm going to do is I'll pop the YouTube link in a little bit. All right, guys, don't lose sight of the DCRC, okay? It's just kind of hanging tough here. The alert, again, it is a SPAC. I'm not in love with the SPACs that come from the option scanner, but you never know. Later on, Later on, it could get alive. I did see that Davidson initiated coverage of the stock with a price target of 13. So there's that. It is a SPAC. Would LRFX be, okay, let's take a look at it. LRFX, try to put the symbols in caps. This makes it easier. Okay, you probably mean okay, that's a capital I, okay. IFRX, see that's what I mean. If you put everything in, yeah, caps, thanks. Absolutely, absolutely. It's a classic. Not only did it didn't just forming, it formed. So the trigger in theory would have been about 477. So there's your green bar. Here's your red bar completely engulfed by the previous green candle. The next candle is green taking out the high here of 478. So this could, mean, it's just the pause. Now, I like to see maybe a couple more green candles ahead of this. This was more of a consolidation, but nonetheless, so again, the theory being you have a trend, pause in the trend, continuation of the trend. No price target. Not for me anyway. I mean, I'll just look left and say, okay, where could it stall? 488 is the next high looking left if it can get through that. 638 is the next high on the monthly. Here it is 488 again, and the next high on the weekly is 571. So I mean, if it can somehow get through the 5, you have to, the next area that it could get to it. But that, to me, it's not a target. It's just where it could stop. I guess it's semantics. So yeah, you can take out, and we got a nice promo code right now, okay? You can try us out for a month. You just missed the test drive. The next one won't be until January. But let me just give you this. Okay, so I just put my homepage link in here. Okay, all you have to do is click on the link, and it'll bring you to my homepage. And here's a promo code that you can use. 25% off. Okay, there's the promo code right there. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, this is what I would do. This is a toggle. Click on the monthly. You can start off with a standard monthly, which is 118 less than 25%. If you don't like it, if you don't like it, then just unsubscribe. But that's how you can try us out for a month. 118 less 25%. Okay? And if you do like it, and you think, man, I'd like to have an annual, then you can always upgrade. As long as you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the 25% promo. This is what the annual would cost on a standard basis. This is what it would be on the premium basis. Okay? But what I would do, you can start off just with that standard, take the 25%, and then the other thing though I should point out, okay, so if you keep a monthly subscription after that first month with the 25%, this is what you'll pay going forward, okay? It's not 25% every month, it's just the first month on a monthly subscription, okay? Guys, look at the DCRC. Option Scanner has produced very well today. And again, I don't trade options, I just trade the stocks. All right, so this one is starting to move too. So this is another, wow, obviously way too extended right now. A case may be made on the 5 minute. Okay, so, all right, so what's happened here is it looks like their official release of earnings, etc., is on the 11th. But what they've done is something that drives me crazy, is that they've decided to do a preliminary, okay? So that is what has juiced this stock right now. Why it drives me crazy? I mean, obviously, if you were long this stock, before, it's not, you're happy. But the problem is that I never like to hold a stock through earnings, ever, ever, ever. Okay, so you could have been long this stock, thinking, okay, I've got to the 11th. That's far enough away. A couple of weeks, I can make up my mind what I want to do. And then they do a preliminary, and instead of the stock doing this, it tanks, not allowing you to get out. And that drives me crazy, why these companies do this, why they feel the need to do this. Yeah, I mean, if I only had one scan, I'll say it again, I'll keep saying it. If I only had one scan to look at, that'd be it. Doesn't get very many alerts during the day, but that is the one I would look at. But it depends on your style of trading too. But I've never been an over trader. I don't feel the adrenaline is not coursing through my veins such that I have to be in a trade all the time, even if I weren't moderating a room. Even just the basic new highs and lows, don't give you that many alerts during the day. So the market is, look at tech. Wow, tech is just roaring today. Let's take a look. Remember what we saw in the pre-market. If you recall what we saw in the pre-market, tech was down here at about 30%. Okay, what that meant was that only 30% of the stocks were up from yesterday's close. Okay, this was in the pre-market. Look what's happened. And look at TER. Oh man, remember I was talking about TER in the pre-market? Had 3 upgrades. At that point, it was up, I think, 4%. It's up 11% now. Well, you can kind of see healthcare. I can't remember what the rest of them were. I do remember, though, that tech was only only up around 30%, but this is what's happened. Again, this is the sector status from our toolbar. But yeah, TER, for those of you who like playing the more expensive ones, I mean, that was a tremendous run. We talked about this in the pre-market, guys. You can see right there, see in the upgrades right there, TER, and I mentioned it had 3 upgrades. Here's about a $10 move. So it's available from and I haven't even looked at it. I'm sure it's done pretty well also. I haven't even looked at today. I haven't had a chance to. But that is available from, if you click on new and then dock channel bar, and then right here, my watch, where are you? Did I get rid of me? No, right here, Barry's watch list. So that's what you'll see. So if you just want to follow the options and my watch list, not a bad channel. Won't give you too many alerts during the day, but it might get you to concentrate on just very few. That's the whole idea. Okay, so this is what it looks like. This is what the AI looks like, okay? Here's the number of, I have to expand this a little bit, a few more, pretty active today. This is what it looks like. How you trade it will be up to you. I mean, I always say it like that, but you know, you have an entry, you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. This is automatic. There's nothing for you to do. You just wait for the alerts to happen. There's no, listen, if you're brand new, you don't have to hop into a premium subscription. You can try it, you know, for a month, the 228 less the 25%, and see how this works for you. Okay, and but that's what it is. You have again, you have an entry. There's your entry. You don't have to get in right at the, you know, the exact penny. And here's a stop. And again, how you trade it will be up to you. We talked about it, how it can also be used to, you know, for now, unfortunately, I'm still going to use this one. I mean, unfortunately, I had a massive pullback, okay? But, you know, here's one that it was from yesterday, CARA, okay? And there was the buy of it, the suggestion, 1550, exited at 1643, continued today. Got all the way up to 1824 before it, you know, it's had the big pullback. So what you see here, Kinu, is this is all part of the standard service. Okay, the AI. There are some other differences between premium and standard, but that's the main difference. A couple other differences. You know, you can have 10 charts in standard, 20 in premium, but that's the main difference between our premium and standard service. All right, guys, so what I'm going to do now is I will put the YouTube link in. And if you want to examine a lot more about how to use Brokerage Plus, I know Jamie is using E-Trade. Okay, so if you have E-Trade and you want to find out a little bit more about using Brokerage or even Interactive Brokers, it doesn't matter. But he uses this, you know, to trade his account. So he's way more experienced than I am. I use this just to demonstrate the simulator. I don't use it to trade. I trade from within my IB account. But Jamie will be there between 12 and 1. So when I take my break, you can head over there if you want. Okay, guys, you can see that this was an AI alert. DBD was an AI alert. It way back here, it had a pop up, but is now at that alert price again. I mentioned this one earlier today. I mean, it's an earnings play, and when you look left, I mean, it's got a ton of room. Of course, on the monthly chart, the next lows are around 6. The weekly chart, and I have to back this out a little bit. What are we now? 846. Yeah, I mean, the next low in the weekly chart is 770. So this still has some room to run down if it wants to. So, it had the momentary, well, not but half an hour, 35 minutes of pulling up, and now it's right back down. And it is an earnings play, DBD. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I am now seeing, oh man, I'm seeing what this stock race does. It is very cool. I don't know when it's going to be released. It's very cool. Very cool. In essence, you can take like a top list window and you can take say the top 10 in your list and have them race against each other based on different metrics. Say, for instance, relative volume or percent change in the last 1 minute, things like that. And then you say run for a minute or 2 minutes or 30 minutes. And it's like a race. And you'll see the stocks at the top, and it'll be just like a car race. Very cool. Just a prototype. I don't think I can do it yet. I just saw a little video on it. That's very cool. You know what's good about it is, yeah, I can just give you a little taste of a screenshot of what I'm seeing. Just a minute. I mean, this is not going to look. Yeah, I mean, it's very. It's hard to see. I understand. But you can kind of see it here. So what it did is it took 10 stocks, raced them off against each other. Here are the little cars, but you can pick whatever metric you want. So for instance, one of the things we'd like to see is the relative volume increasing, or maybe the option volume increasing, something like that. So you can and you can pick some stocks and have them race off against each other. Pretty cool in its infancy. All right, guys, I'm just waiting now for Jamie to show up. It's not available yet. Okay, I just noticed it today. For when I clicked on tools, real time stock race. Okay. Oh, thank you, Jamie. Okay. Have you seen, Jamie, have you seen that in action, the real-time stock race? Okay, guys, let me get my announcement in. Okay, guys, I'll be back at about 12:50 in the main room. All right, Jamie. Yeah, I don't know if we can actually do it. I just saw the video that Brad, I know I'm talking to you, Jamie, directly. I just saw the video that Brad did. It's pretty cool. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. I'll stop streaming now, Jamie. Have fun for your hour. I just saw the video that Brad did. It's pretty. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. I'll stop streaming now, Jamie. Have fun for your hour. I just saw the video that Brad did. It's pretty. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. I'll stop streaming now, Jamie.
All right, I think that handoff was successful. Yeah, Barry was just talking about some of the new little widgets that we have coming out here. Tools and real-time stock race. And there we have it. Not a lot I can do with it just yet. But interesting nonetheless. Okay, let's see. Can you hear and see me okay? I believe you can. Hello, Circle. Why would you use distance inside market on the block scanner? Well, distance from inside market, I mean, regardless of, what alert you're attaching to that, is just going to ensure that the print, because, every alert is driven by a print from the time and sales, okay? So distance from inside market, most of the time you're only going to ever see anybody using max, meaning, hey, if the print is 0.2%, as you can see in this max setting, away from the offer, in this case, say a stock was going up. If the print was more than 0.2% outside of the offer, or outside of the inside spread, we should say, it would be ignored. So on a block trade, yeah, I see where you're going with that, because 100 shares, 200 shares, a normal size trade up to whatever. I mean, could be one share, could be 5,000 shares. But on a block trade, I'm not saying it's not possible that block could print outside of the inside spread, all right, outside of the current offer or below the current bid. That is possible. Now, what you could derive from it, how you could use it as a potential edge, don't know. So, don't mean to go in circles there, Circle, but I mean, it is what it is on the distance from inside market. I mean, before the markets got so kind of fragmented, this filter, I think, used to mean a whole lot more, because you would have things that would trade outside of the spread, how we could term that, organically, and you could maybe even take advantage of that. But the markets have changed so much over the past 10, 15 years that mainly the reason I keep distance from inside market in a lot of my stuff is for backtesting purposes, because bad ticks still manifest themselves. And we do want to keep bad ticks out of a backtest. Okay. Well, I tell you what, Circle. What was the symbol, and how many shares was it? And we can see if we can find it here. Do a little Easter egg hunt, perhaps. And everybody, just keep in mind, this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. So if you do have any questions about TI, go ahead and put them out. Okay, CBIO. Let's just point to Chivio. No filters attached. CBIO. Why am I not getting anything? Okay. Charlie Boy, Indigo, Oscar. Yeah? Huh, I wonder why the little auto thing didn't come up, but oh well. As long as it accepts the symbol, that's all I care about. Okay, so a 772,000 block buy. What's the volume on this thing today? Wow, 722,000 when it's only done 820, basically not even 822 in volume. That's a heck of a block trade. Let's just see here. Gonna put a quality column in there. Huh, well look at that. At 9:56, right here in this wiki. Let me get my pen up here. So right here in this little, in this candle right here, there you have it, 722,900. Now keep in mind, I don't have any filters installed here, just the alert, and we're only looking, you know, at that stock. But even if, let's see, let's do a history as well for today. All right, so 3 block trade alerts, 5, and then there's the big daddy right there. So 822, I mean, basically that's all the volume this thing has had today. 3 block trades, 2 at 5,000 and 1 massive one of 722,900. So process of elimination circle. Just take out 1 filter, see if it triggers. If it doesn't, keep removing filters, and then you'll find the culprit. Hey Felix, okay, so you're one of the trial members from the IBKR webinar the other day. What I'm going to do here, so Felix, check out what I do here. I go to my TI toolbar, and we go to Help. We just installed a brand new user's guide, and you can access it just by clicking on Help and User Guide. All right, and then it'll pull up like so for you, and then what you can do is just scroll down here. You can browse these little content buttons, or you can just go right to the full table of contents. And then if we wanted to learn about the AI, or we could use the search field. What do we get when we type in Holly? And then boom, you're going to be presented with a wealth of information that you can just click through and easily browse all the content, see all the functionality, and then you can also scroll the entire content list over here on the left. So this is a great user's guide. It's very detailed. In addition to the user's guide, which once again you can easily access just by going Help and User's Guide. Now in addition to that, you can always cruise over to YouTube, do a search for the Trade Ideas channel, and we've got tons of videos about Holly and the AI as well. So a great place to start there, Felix. But if you do have any specific questions about anything that you see here, notice what I have up right here. Notice Strategy All Trades. This is going to show you all the trades as they come out in real time. Time of the signal, how the trade is doing thus far. Is the trade still open? We can see the exit reason column right here. If you see an exit reason here, that means in the conservative profit mode, the AI has closed out the trade, and it'll give you the reason right here. If you see a blank field here, the trade is still open. Yeah, no problem, Felix. All right, well, take a look at the big tracking ETFs. Interestingly enough, of course, we crept on into all-time high territory. One, two, just touched down here yesterday and back up again today. So holding strong. Maybe we'll do a little sideways dance here going into Friday. Could be popping all-time highs. What's interesting, of course, this is the SPY, the big index, which is heavily weighted as far as some of the tech stocks go. But if we look at RSP, which is a more equally balanced representation of the S&P 500, well, kind of a different story here. Getting a little ahead of itself. So you have to ask yourself, well, is this one going to pop back up to mimic the SPY? Or is the SPY going to mimic the RSP? Once again, this is just an equally weighted representation of the S&P 500, where in the SPY tracking ETF, we're heavily weighted in some of the bigger tech stocks like Apple and Google. FANG stocks, in other words. How would you have caught the surge in volume in SENS had along with the block trade that occurred on it in the multi-strategy window? Did you get it from the one of the channels there? Perfect. Or is this one of your multi-strat windows? But we can always just do a little, once again, let's experiment. Let's do this one more time. And the symbol was SENS. I don't know why I was so quick to kill that window off. There we go. We'll do block trades. Now, as far as any other interesting metrics, let's install some filters with no min-maxes, but just to see. We'll install relative volume as a column, perhaps 5-minute volume. Used to be a big advocate of 1 minute, but things are so noisy on that time frame now. More of a 5-minute advocate. Okay, so the surge in volume that SENS had. Let's look at the chart here. Okay. And let's just convert over to 15 minutes since we got a lot of time behind us now. Okay. First candle of the day here. Big volume surge there, happening to actually coincide with a nice little range break at this level right here. So that was right about the 1045. Stretch that out a little bit, make sure we're on the right day. Okay, so here we are in that candle right there, which now you see the blue arrow. We had a, well, actually, gotta do one more thing here. Quality. Okay, now let's look at that history. Okay, so on that volume surge bar, we had a block trade. Boy, that's one heck of a block trade there. All right, 2,238,600 shares, which accounts for about not quite half of the volume that we see occurring right here, right? In addition to that, look at the huge spike that we saw in 5-minute volume, right? So just kind of spitballing here, relative volume, not that huge, but well above 1. So having a relative volume of like 1.10 probably would have made a good start. But this massive spike here, you know, pick a number at random, you know, usually you don't see, I can't say usually, I don't know for sure. I know for my own scans, typically I don't have anything in there that's going to show 1,000 on the relative side. I think Andy's High-Low Pro. Let's just take a look. I know he's got bigger settings. I don't know if they're that high. Cloud's a little laggy today. Stream volume and Andy's. Let's see. I know he's got some big, smaller. Yeah, see, he's only got 500, but that would have fit the bill, you know, on the High-Low Pro. So, you know, to err on the side of caution, you might just say 5-minute volume 500, block trade of X amount, relative volume of 1.10. If I was trying to create a window that pegged this one right here, that's definitely where I'd start. Now let's see, the price was 340. Yep, before the break, so it would have given you the heads up, and if you were fast enough, don't know how quickly that thing moved up, but you know, nice starting point there. Hi Felix, so yeah, I see your question there. Do you use time and sales window for your trading strategies? Well, time and sales is, you know, typically a component of your trading platform, right? We do not offer a time and sales window in Trade Ideas Pro just simply because every other platform that you use to actually trade, whether it be E-Trade, Ameritrade, you know, proprietary firms, you're going to have your time and sales there. So, you know, we don't really have that window available in TI Pro. Now, having said that, when we're looking at alert windows here, for example, ICHR hitting a high right now or just hit a high and has pulled back a little bit, the prints are actually being driven, or excuse me, the alerts are being driven by a print from the time and sales, but we do not, we don't archive the data and make the traditional time and sales available to clients. Takes a lot of data, a lot of bandwidth, a lot of data. Yeah, sure. Right now we've just got the filters displayed, but we can dial them in here. Let's do relative volume first. All right, so relative volume, what do we say? At least 1.1, 5-minute volume, 500 would have gotten it done. And then the block trade. Now, I don't really know where to start here. That was a big block. So you could start with something like 500K. And let's just see if it sticks around. Okay, there we go. Now, here's the test. When we put it back on real time and flip the symbol list away from sends, do we get other plays as well? Yeah, we sure do. Okay. I was just worried you'd get too many things coming through there, but just with that kind of meager filter list, some interesting names here. Let's just kind of go through them and see if any of the other ones did anything. Okay, well that one caught it on the way down. VCSH, not too shabby, 81.90. So this alert would have, boy, this thing doesn't move in very big increments, does it? Right around here, 81.90 up to, you got a whopping nickel out of that one, but hey, a move up is a move up. TBF, interesting, 1622. Once again, it looks like the characteristics of these settings are identifying stocks that actually move, but they don't move in really large increments here, because I guess when you're getting big block trades like that, they're not going to be the rippers, right? 585 SU. But nonetheless, it did find the one you were looking for and a handful of others. So let me just double check here. We'll have to rename this one. Big block, big vol. And here it comes in the chat panel. There you go. Yeah, and if we added a, let's just see here. Let's just throw a sector on there and see if these are all jiving with the same sector or evenly dispersed. Okay. So we got retail, wholesale, manufacturing. Looks like a hodgepodge of just different things. Several in the finance and insurance business, manufacturing. So it looks like manufacturing and finance and insurance stand out the most in this short little history here. Hello, Iris. Everything is positive. Well, if it's positive, meaning up on the day, well, that would, kind of default to long, right? With volume of 1 million, every 5 minutes. Is that what you're asking me? Well, volume shares in the 5 minute. Our stock filters. I'm just wondering if I have volume 5 minute in shares as a custom. I got 1 minute volume shares here. So if 1 minute shares volume is doable, then obviously 5 minute is 2. Thought I had that one already archived, but obviously not. All right, what was my prefix on that one? Let's see, U42. That is not it. Stand by, please. No, I looked at the wrong one. I'm looking for U1 to mimic shares. Okay. He's playing tricks on me. Okay, so what we're going to do is just copy that. And let's see. What U's do I have left? And we'll make this one U91. Okay, what'd you do there? V up 1. V up 5. U91. Volume. 5 min. Shares. Okay, let's make sure it showed up. And I mislabeled it. So let me go back there and fix that because that could get confusing. Shares. Okay, I just saw your response there. Okay, if you're asking for volume of 1 million per 5 minutes, that makes me think that you want there to be 1 million shares of volume every 5 minutes, which I was going through this exercise, but there's going to be very few stocks that are cranking out 1 million shares every 5 minutes. But now I see your comment there. You just want total volume of 1 million using the 5-minute high alert. Is that correct, Iris? Okay, so 1 million for the day, but using 5-minute high. Okay, well that is relatively simple. But hey, at least I got a custom filter now for 5-minute volume shares. Okay, let's just do some blanky blanky here. Okay. Okay, so 5-minute high. We know where to find that one. Easy enough. Volume today, 1 million shares. One M. Now, what about min-max price? Any preference there? And while I'm waiting for you to come back with anything on the min-max price, we will knock out that it has to be positive. Okay. Are you talking? Well, hold on. We got to address these two topics here. Okay. First, we won't worry about minimum maximum price right now. But as far as your comment, everything is positive. Okay, positive on the day. It's already done 1 million shares. It's hitting a 5-minute high. Check, check, check. Okay, but positive since the open, or positive since last close? Positive off the open, or positive since yesterday's close? Right, but positive from yesterday's close, or positive from the open? In other words, do we want to use change from open or change from close? Okay, that's what I do too. Change from the open. Now, does it matter how much they're up from the open, or just as long as they have to be positive, right? Like, you want, as long as they're 1/10 of 1%, is that enough? Or do you want them to be higher? Because if we use just the minimum setting here, okay, it's got to be positive, but as long as it's 1/10 of 1% up on the day, that might fit the bill, right? And then your min-max price, 5 to 1,000. Well, we'll just see what this yields. 5 to 1000. And this one is called 5-minute high, volume greater 1 mil. I just recheck the settings here real quick. 500,000 traded. Let's count them up there. Yeah, 6 zeros. Yeah. Change from open 0.10. All right. So you can see it's belting things out pretty quickly here. So if we take a look at the history just for today, it's probably going to be pretty busy. So quite a few symbols coming through here. Now, if you're comfortable with that, then we're done. If you want to try to narrow the list down here, we'd have to add some more filters. But just kind of looking, since we already had the relative volume column active here, Wolf's definitely been a nice little upside grinder today. It's coming through some of my tickers earlier. But if we just start clicking on some of the ones with the higher relative volume, maybe we find, an interesting correlation there. But hey, here's the thing that you requested. Shall we try to, are there any other filters that you want to add? So if I were to try to slim the list down a little bit, I'd probably go with relative volume because no guarantee, but if we tightened it up just a little bit, put relative volume of 2, I bet we're still going to be pretty busy. So it looks like every minute you're going to have a nice little flurry, of stocks to look at. Well, you can keep ramping up the relative volume. That's one way to do it. I just put 2 in there. But every time we ramp this up 1 point, you're going to get less and less symbols. So if we go to 3, all right, we're still getting things every 1 minute, but we're getting less and less of them. Well, let's see. Let's see if we do something really extreme. Does it really impact the list that much? Say if we went up to 6. Okay, still pretty busy. But looking at these stocks, we would just try to ascertain, well, are they looking at the entry signals? How would we be doing thus far? And of course, probably. And see, this is a good sign. I can almost get to the bottom of today's history without reloading more stocks, right? So here we are right at the open. But keep in mind, relative volume is not necessarily a good metric to observe on the open because a lot of relative volume is going to be through the roof. Now, you could ascertain, okay, what is a high relative volume for a certain stock on the open? 2,000 is nothing. Maybe really you need a reading of 5,000. So in all fairness here, getting away from the first hour, letting everything settle out, and then taking a look at some of these stocks like OIS, not lighting it on fire, but it's grinding up. TWLO, up and flat. TDOC, a nice little grind higher. TRIT. So what's interesting about just the few symbols that I'm looking at is they're either grinding up slowly or moving sideways. So none of these that I'm looking at are just really, going against you too harshly. Yes, I also only prefer the good trades, Iris. The problem is we don't know if they're going to be good at the time, right? Um, but I tell you what, I'm going to drop this one into. This is a very good base for you to start with. I'm going to get rid of quality because this alert does not use quality. And I'll drop this in here. So you save it to your cloud, drop it in your layout, and what you should do is go through and, if you feel the window still has too many symbols coming through, which I don't think it does right now, but I would wait at least a bare minimum of 30 minutes to an hour before I started paying attention to these signals to give relative volume time to come back to reality there. Give me 1 second here. Okay, just had to capture something there. All right, so that one is done. Okay, Lakshay asking about the score ratings. Sure. This is our stock composite rating. Okay. Once I go here, I can quickly get the definition of each and every alert and filter via the old school. So this is one of our custom filters that was designed by Andy and Michael. Okay. So, it's a proprietary formula. It's going to measure a stock's technical and fundamental strength. So it's fusing technicals with fundamentals. Okay. And the scoring system is going to be between 30 and 100. All right. So let me just drop this in case you want to go back and read up on it. So there's the definition for it. Now let's take a peek at a window that is using it, which the window I'm about to show you. Okay, the A table. This top list was designed by Steve Gomez. Wow, quite some time ago. And if we take a peek at the filter set, you'll notice the filter set is very minimal. We're mandating a minimum score of 85. A little bit of a short float in this one, a little bit of average daily volume, but this is really what we're focusing on here. And the scoring system, note the A table. He derived the title from high school, right? The grading system. Grade school too, Hey, you're in the 70s, it's a C. You're in the 80s, it's a B. But of course, if you're in the 90s, you are an A student. A lot of the kids in the cafeteria would sit at the A table, right, where all the brainiacs would reside. But we can see exactly what each and every score rating is here. So RVLV coming in at the highest, all right. And you're going to notice when you look at these longer term patterns here, they're all relatively strong, okay. Now I don't have relative volume down here, just speaking in relative terms. Ha ha ha. You can see this stock is very strong, looking like it could pop all-time highs any day. And you're going to notice the same type of strength with all of these in the 90s. Of course, you can still get some good setups. Stocks looking at the lower 80s, but since that is our minimum, then you can see the list that is currently present. So once again, Lakshay it's a filter that was designed by us, incorporating technicals along with some fundamentals to try to give you that little added boost. It's also one of the metrics that's being used to drive the TI strength. I do believe the TI strength alerts that are produced every Monday along with the trade of the week. All right, let's check in on the AI, just in case anybody's wondering what, hey, why are you up 100? What are you risking? Well, I'm risking in the AI here. If we go to tools and options and I go to my AI trade size, you can see I want my data to show me, okay, if we're risking $100 per trade, these are the values, right? You get something that goes against you down to the stop level. Obviously, it's going to be $100. Of course, the AI plugged out of SMBR up here on that profit save, which was actually a very small profit of $2.90, but on a risk of $100, not a really good risk to return ratio, but it was the right call. A little sideways action spooked the AI out right here. Had it not gotten out, it would have been stopped out. That's why we're seeing the negative value of $101.50 there. The last scanner doesn't load. The one that I just dropped for you? Well, how dare it? Let me test it. Okay, 5-minute high. If I say share, and I copy that link, and then I come back here, oh my goodness, LCID is going again. This thing is a little monster today, up almost 30%. As you can see right here, Chris Varley and I have some little experiments going on in Autoland. And what a nice little entry. Sold half right there. I still have the other half. We'll see where this thing ends up, but it's a monster so far. Okay, back to your link. Here's the link. Load it up. And there we have it. 5-minute high. Are the settings intact? Not really sure what you're talking about, Iris. You talking about, there's only two that I've created and saved today. Yours, I saved twice, and the big block. So I don't know what. You talking about the A table? Because these are the only two. Excuse me. These are the only two that I've saved to the cloud today. See, 1028, right? Big block, and then I've just saved yours twice. That's just a duplicate. So when you say second one, you're going to need to give me a title. Otherwise, I do not know what you're referring to. Oh, this one, the A table. Are you telling me you want the A table cloud link? Because if you do, that is coming up. All right, there's the link for the A table. All right, very good. eBay. eBay makes me think of Alibaba. Fall from grace. Let's look at Baba. Let's see. I might be off a little bit on this. But you see where we used to be on Alibaba. 319, 58. Still got a market cap of $460 billion. But much larger until you're the CEO and you make a criticism of the Chinese government, and then you disappear. And then this happens to your company stock. I was reading up on another article on Jack Ma the other day. Really would not like to trade places with that guy. How do the sectors look to me? Are you primarily a swing trade or do you like to scalp momentum? I've always been more of a scalping individual, but I've opened my eyes to swing trading a lot more over the past 5 years with the help of Steve and Andy and Michael. So I do a little bit of both these days. It really just depends on how strong the stock is. Um, because a lot of good swing trades start out as day trades. So you end up being in the money nicely with a little bit of I never like to use the term house money, but you've got some profit. So if you do get subjugated to a gap down or gap up if you're short the following day, it doesn't quite hurt so bad. But everything, according to the markets, right? Did we just complete a down cycle? For example, if we go back and just look at the SPY, you know, during this period here, wasn't real apt to trade, hold a lot of stuff overnight because it just looked like we might be cycling back down. Of course, hindsight is 2020. But once we start putting in these wicks here, and we're looking like we might get a little, like this area is definitely acting as support for now, right? Because we never know moving forward. But once you see a lot of these wicks put in at, when the SPY was bottoming out down here, that would, you know, make me feel a little bit better about trying to hold some stuff for longer than one or two overnight holds there. So swing trading, scalping, everything flows to the whims of the great magnet, right? So just you got to keep your fingers on the pulse of the overall markets to help you figure out, okay, I'm up in this one. Do I want to keep half, hold the other half for a swing? Does that make sense at this point in time? And sometimes the stock is going to do it regardless of what the market is doing, as we've seen from some of these SPACs as of late. And, when I'm talking about those guys, very special circumstances, Um, BKKT, another interesting one. um, this thing's holding up well, BKKT. Which is going to enable all of the credit card processors to offer crypto. So, okay, getting back to what you were asking about earlier, Circle, how do the sectors look? Well, what I did earlier is I had my sector in ETF container window running for the first 15 minutes. And it was interesting. Of course, just because we have high readings in one area or another doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be sustained, like energy. Look at those massive counts, 84% green. Also in the utilities, right? Same song, same dance right here. Big 84% green bias. Healthcare as well, 86%. So let's look at those respective ETFs. I do know that energy peeled off a little bit. Okay, first 15 minutes and then just peeled off a little bit. How the utilities hold up. XLU, first 15 minutes, little downswing, and then here we are hovering close to highs. Okay, and of course a lot of those stocks probably presented decent opportunities. And then XLV. All right, first 15 minutes, a nice little bump. But if you didn't take the cookies, whether you traded the ETF itself or the individual components, you might be paying the price. But some good moves there, right? Now, if we look at the individual names, let's just say utilities. You know, um, Excel Energy, first 15 minutes, a little banana in the tailpipe action, but look where we are now. Energy, a little bit different of a story. First 15 minutes, nice wide range opening bar, and then hanging out at highs. NEE, nice big green 15-minute candle, and then just more upside. ATO, first 15 minutes, even if you bought the top of that candle, 92, 35, all we did is pull back the 92 up at highs. So see, by monitoring a window such as this, of course mine have the compare counts in there, it can always point you to where the action is. Now it's no guarantee that the action is going to be sustained, but just looking at these energy stocks, there was a lot of additional upside after that first 15 minutes. So, a lot of people like to overcomplicate things, and trading is one of the things that's easy to overcomplicate. But just using something like the compare count with the or the sector, and I tell you what, I'm going to drop that window into the chat again, just in case anybody wants it. I just pull it up, see where the hot sectors are going to be, or what the hot sectors are in the first 15 minutes, and that gives me some clarity about where to look. All right, so there is the containerized version of the sector with the attached compare count windows. Boy, this thing is a freaking freight train today. Currently up about 25%, or actually 36.5% on the day. I was just looking at my blotter. So didn't get it at the low, but what a sweet price. That's what we call the stairway to heaven pattern. Very elusive. All right, time is passing us by. We got about 9 minutes till the top of the hour. And I always like to talk about dual alerts, okay? So, initial buy here, but look, LCID coming through late in the day on the high, unusually high options volume. Now, even if you took that one, 34.67, still be a really nice trade. But if you were long it and you could see, ooh, let's get out a half for 3%, and then it just keeps marching up, and then you're thinking to yourself, well, how high is it going to go? Because if we look at the daily here, I mean, my eyes were first focusing on this level, right? Like, these candles way back here, it might stop there. Just happened to coincide with a little over 3%. But if it got through there, as crazy as this thing is now, I mean, even these levels might be on the table. Because, look where we are right now. We're just in this area right here. Or a little bit lower than that. We're in this area here. So it's kind of like no man's land. So if it prints there, if it's printed there before, it can trade there. And it's unless this thing stops, I mean, we could see, you could easily see 40. Yes, the old Zeppelin. All right, just seeing if I missed anything. Don't think I did. Yeah, the EVs are back in the limelight again. Tesla popping its ATH not too long ago and not too far away from it now. And one of the very few companies to reach a market cap of 1 trillion. Actually, the fastest company took the least amount of time to reach a market cap of 1 trillion. You know, the other things, Microsoft, some of the big tech stocks took a lot longer to reach, took like 20 years to reach $1 trillion market cap, whereas Tesla has done it in a lot less years. I thought I had an earnings per share on there. Earnings date. Well, let's just add it. And is, neither profitable now, but for the longest time, they were not. Okay. What was that SPAC that I was looking at earlier? DCRC. Did not hold up. But doing the typical SPAC type of activity, iRobot. You got to ask yourself, at first it was a robotic vacuum cleaner. When are we going to see the actual robots? You would think they'd have, kind of one like Boston Dynamics first, the little dog robot that walks around and brings you things and does household chores for you. But of course, the humanoid robots are coming. It's not a matter of if or when. It's a matter of, well, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, I should say. Which will be a little on the creepy side. LTHM. Nice little stairway pattern as well. Nice little buy on the automated side there as well. eBay taking its time. Different algorithm. And Holly not going overboard today. Not really seeing any spread here between conservative and moderate at the current time. Actually here, GM. Wow, an old algorithm spawning an old company. A little bit of spread there, about 2 for 1. Holly closing it out a little panicky right there on the downturn. And if you were still in it, you'd be up twice as much as when she executed the profit save. All right, Felix, I see your question there. Those alerts are based on volume average. Are you talking about the, are you referencing the AI alerts that I was just going over here? Because if you were talking about the AI trades and are these based around volume, actually these are based around the strategy that is producing them. Ah, okay. So these guys right here, unusually strong options volume. Yeah, if you're talking about these windows, these are definitely not only looking at, I think we've got some accelerated volume in there as well. Or these could just be okay, yeah. Okay, so you can see here in the high options volume windows, which these are creations or variants of the ones Barry originally created, we've got relative volume in there, has to be 3 or higher. But then we're also asking for above normal options volume. So you can see here options volume today as a whole, 3 times greater because this is a percentage filter, so 100 would be normal. There goes LCID again. And options volume today as far as contracts, 2,000 minimum contracts with the added benefit of 3 times normal options volume as a whole. So these windows incorporate high relative volume as well as high options volume. Up 43% now. And what a candle. Biggest 15-minute candle of the day there, going from 35 to 38. So I was just saying 40 might be on the table, and looks like it's going to make short work of it. No guarantee, but sure looks that way at present. All right, and boom, here we are. Noon for me, 1 o'clock Eastern time. Time flies when you're having fun. So thanks everybody for attending. Just going to wait for Barry to let me know he's ready to come on back in. Yeah, Felix, this one is not looking at options volume. This one's even more simple. It's just using new high for the day. And we've got a pretty sparse filter complement here, okay? The stock had to have traded at least 100,000 shares on the day and exhibiting relative volume of 3 or higher. Maximum price 150. Got the distance from inside market filter in there just to try to keep it nice and clean. But even if you remove that one, probably wouldn't have that massive an effect on it. Okay, Barry tells me that he is in, so I'm going to stop my stream now, everyone. I hope everybody's having a nice green day and have a nice, happy Friday tomorrow, and we'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Okay, let's see. So guys, I mean, you can always alter, my option scanner. You want to see these things earlier. You will see FSR earlier. Absolutely. You'll see it probably right around here, around 16. The issue is, of course, you might introduce a lot of other stocks that you don't want to see, but that is going to be completely up to you. Because I just got the question, well, I don't want to take it now, FSR. I get it. It's extended. Why couldn't I have seen it earlier? Well, that's the reason. Because of the filter, it only just got to 300%. Now, it could still run. It could still run. I mean, it's piggybacking off Lucid right now, LCID. All we got to do is get Arrow moving at the same time. It's a cheapie. I don't even know no idea what they do. I just know they're in the EV sector. That's all I know. Design of compact electric fleet solutions for use within urban and short haul markets. Okay, well, so it actually has it offers, that means it actually has a product. You know what we haven't seen very in the last little while is that Vancouver company with their little three-wheeler. Oh man, what is the name of that company, guys? I cannot remember. Solo, thank you. Of course, I actually sat in one of those little Solo units a long time ago. Ah, there it is. I mean, there it is. So, and 97 million in the float. What was the other one? Arrow. What's the float on that one? 30 million. So now I had ATI as an alert, and the reason being, aha. That's right. Now, I don't know how dynamic this is going to be. It's an earnings play. Well, keep an eye on it. I mean, I know now I have it because the next high looking left is 1826, 1826, way up here. So, you know, it may not be that dynamic, but if you're looking for something that might be kind of a, what I'll call a gentler type trade, this is something you might want to consider, ATI. No, you can ask, Reason, and welcome to the room. I don't get too. Yeah, so you're talking about potential. That I don't look at stocks under a dollar. Number one, I don't listen to anything, even if it were over a dollar, or when it comes time to, we think there's going to be a merger or an acquisition. Right now, the chart is telling me that nobody believes it. Okay, so that's all I can say. I mean, we've seen this one in the past. I know it got up to not quite over a dollar back here. It got up to three something. Yes, this is back in January of this year. But I mean, what do you think? Like literally, what do you think when you see this price right here? Now, maybe there was a little pop up here yesterday, but do you think anybody's really believing it now? Oh, they may have announced it officially, but okay, let me rephrase it. Does anybody care? How's that? Does anybody care? I mean, the relative volume, it's putrid, 0.33. It also has, if that float is correct, it's got an immense float, 758 million shares for a 60-cent stock. I mean, it will take so much to move this. Okay? If you don't know what the float is, I mean, that again, that's a supply of stock that can be traded every day. Okay, so unless you have incredible demand, and you might look at that and go, well, yeah, but it's traded 16.2 million shares. Look at the float though. So contrast that with let's see, yesterday's You know, contrast that. Here's yesterday, okay? This is SYTA, 4.5 million shares in the float. This one traded. Look how much it traded yesterday. Look what it did. I mean, it pulled back. I mean, it turned into a disaster at the end of the day. But it traded. I can't quite tell, but we'll just say over 150 million shares with only 4.5 million in the float. So they traded the float, 30 times yesterday, because you divide that float number into the number of shares traded. So the float was turned over 30 times yesterday. That's the only way a stock can do something like this. And again, I'm not dumping on NAKD, but with that amount of shares in the float, it's going to take some incredible announcement to move it. And compliance extension. So obviously, when you're a Nasdaq stock under 60, under a dollar, Nasdaq gets all over you, saying you got to get your. There were other things, but you've got to get your share price over a dollar. So a lot of times, what these guys will do, they'll do a reverse split, and so they'll jack that price up, doing a reverse split. So what you're saying is then, so they have an extension. They've always obviously been warned. Yeah, the float the float's important if you're looking for stocks that are really moving, okay? Because there's only one way a stock can move 100, 200, 300% a day, and that's to have a very low float. Facebook, I know I always use Facebook. I'm not picking on Facebook, but, Facebook has a huge float, 2.3 billion in the float. Yeah, it's traded 18 million. And even the relative volume is good, but, look at the move, only 0.87%. That's just not interesting to me. So let's look at that pop. So it goes from like 62 cents to 66 cents. I mean, yeah, on a percentage move, that's pretty good, but I mean, is it unbelievable? No. Anyway, I'm not trying to dissuade you if it's just nothing I'd be interested in. Not yet anyway. It would have to really, there's a 200-day moving average right above it also to get through. Lots of barriers, in my opinion, in its place. Barry, you got to change your name. Every time I say that, I think it's me, even though I know it's the Y instead of the IE, but I'm just kidding you, of course. Okay, so what Real is going to say to you, I mean, you're in it now. So we always talk about a stop. Where would you get out of the trade if it's not working for you? The concept of getting out of a trade. Not all the trades are going to work, right? So where would you exit this trade if you didn't think it was working? I know where I'd be getting out, but nope. For whatever reason, they just decided to complicate my life, not only with my last name spelling, but my first name. Last name pronunciation and spelling, first name spelling. All right, guys. So real, not real. Reason. Did you hear about the stop? Maybe reason has departed us. Okay, now here's the cheap. This is the cheap EV out of China. The Candy, KNDI. So this is the cheap one out of China. Icelandic. Einarsson. Not Einarsson, no. William, no. Einarsson. Okay, guys, GGPI, what are you doing? Is this another SPAC? Yeah, another SPAC. Getting a lot of SPACs in that option scanner. Not loving it. That's right. Heck is this? Bye-bye, robocall. Bye-bye. Yeah, that was you. At least we're having fun today. Ooh, STEM. Whoa, 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 whoa. Who was in STEM? Somebody in our YouTube room was in STEM yesterday. And loving it. I don't know. I think it was our YouTube room. I don't think it was in the main trading room. I hope that you are well, either not in it anymore or took some out. Yeah, somebody was in STEM yesterday and was, of course, loving it on that move. But look at this. I mean, I don't know what happens today. I don't see any specific news on it. I don't see any specific news for STEM. Yikes, that's basically almost wiping out that big 3-day run. The reason I see it is that it's showing up on my option scanner on the way down. Yeah, they're not giving me stem. I can't take it. Well, I could if I really had incredible patience, but it's down over 10%, so they're not giving me the fill where I want it. And I don't want to chase it down. Hmm. Yeah, if I were in this one, I'd be watching this level right there. So that is not that's a little bit above the let's say 34. So real is talking about a fib, another fib at 34.83. You can kind of see that there is the decent support. Why don't I do this? Let's just take 300 shares, put a buy right here at 34, and see if it takes it. Gets down to that level. Yeah, I'm out the arrow, guys. Minor gain on it. Minor gain. Just didn't like this. Wasn't moving fast enough for me. So I'm out of the AYRO. Minor gain. Grumpy. Okay. What's happening with FSR? Probably FSR is as a sympathy. Well, actually, it is not moving as down as much as the LCID. Lucid. Lucid has got two red candles. This one is trying to remain green here. Yeah, the DWAC, new high now for the day. So I guess if you look at it in slightly longer term, the trend is up, hugging that 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart. Never really broke down below it. Maybe it sounded like Dak. I wasn't saying your name. I didn't think I was. Oh no, I was saying DWAC. Dwack, not Dak. Well, I guess it was a good thing I didn't get that stem short. Ugh. Well, guys, the CYH on the move now. Because I didn't take it. 1206 from my option scanner. It had the pullback and then pullback. It got right up to that 200-day moving average, pulled back, and then it popped through. I completely missed it. Completely missed it. So there it is. So the next high looking left is 1277 for CYH. Or just normal profit taking. I mean, look. I mean, look how much it's come from. Okay, so reason. Let's take a look at NAKD. Where would you get out of the trade, okay, if you thought it wasn't working? If that makes sense. I mean, would you let it go down to zero? So, like, where would you, okay, probably. Okay, so that, yeah, I mean, right there, yeah. So that's, that's not the worst stop. I may have put it a little tighter, but that's probably not the worst stop in the world, right in this area. Because if it took that out, I mean, that's where it came from when it did the big pop. The issue is, this is how we like to trade. Anyway, well, a lot of us like to trade. When you get into a trade, you know where your stop is. And that share sizes you. So for instance, I'm just going to take this trade just to demonstrate, okay? Let's just say I wanted to take this CYH trade. Okay, the spread is only a penny or a couple of pennies. So I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy it at the market. I'm going to show you. So there, see, it took the trade at 12.32. I'm going to put a stop at 12.12, 20 cents away. I'm going to show you why. So you see on my chart right now, there's a red line. It says minus 97.50, close enough to $100. So when every trade I get into, I know where I'm going to get out of the trade. Again, I'm just showing you the mechanics of what you do. Okay? So when I get into a trade, I know where my stop is, and then that is going to tell me how many shares I'm going to take, because I also know how much I'm willing to risk on the trade in terms of a dollar amount. I mean, if you have a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, when I go through this exercise, I'm risking $100 on the trade. That's why 500 shares. Why? If I take my entry, 12.32, there's my stop, 12.12. That's 12 cents away, 20 cents away. Not because all my stops are 20 cents away, but again, I just wanted to make the math easy. So if I divide 20 cents into $100, that gets me 500 shares. So that's, so I don't take the same number of shares per trade. It's all based on how much I'm willing to lose on the trade, dollar-wise. And I try to keep that amount the same, for virtually every trade. So when you get into that swing trade of yours, okay, then I mean, I don't know how much you're risking. It doesn't really matter. Well, I think you told me. We don't really talk about share size and all, but if you're risking, let me just see what you're risking. 24,000 shares. Okay, so you're risking about $1,700 on that trade. Okay, Grumpy, enough. You're risking about $1,700 on that trade, because you're saying if it went down to 55 cents, you'd get out of the trade. So if you're comfortable, with that risk, then okay. But I don't know. Do you know that that's your risk? Does that kind of make sense? I mean, it's all great, you know. We all think every time we get into a trade. I mean, you got into that trade maybe thinking, okay, I'm hearing about a merger, I'm hearing about an acquisition, I'm hearing good things, and you know what? We all do that. I mean, I'm not saying nobody is immune to that. So you get into it because you're hearing all sorts of great things, and then you can't believe it's not working. You know, it's not working the way you want it to work. And sometimes you just have to say, okay, you know what? Maybe I was early. Maybe I was just a little bit early. Maybe all that good news that I keep hearing about, maybe it'll trigger later on in terms of a share appreciation. But right now, it ain't working. So you can always get out of the trade, take your manageable loss, move on, and then maybe revisit it later on if it the next week or even the next day if something happens. You know, commissions are so cheap now that it's, you know, there's no reason now for not getting out of a trade because, well, I don't want to pay the commission. Now listen, I'm not trying to talk you out of it. I mean that's just the basic framework of how I trade and many others in the room trade, okay? Because I'm not trying to give you advice to get out of this trade, this NAKD trade. You know, I mean, again, if you can afford to lose $1,700 on the trade, if that's within your, you know, your comfort zone, then okay, you can hold on to it. I mean, who knows what might happen? But if it's outside your comfort zone, then you know you better maybe rethink what you're doing. That's all. Okay, you guys are talking about TT Take Two. I think it had earnings yesterday, didn't it? Didn't it get clobbered or no? No, it didn't. Sorry, wrong one. Another one. Okay, so Facebook says new version of GTA being created for Oculus. That's what Zach posted. Hence the pop for TTWO, and this is not quite an all-time high. I guess the all-time highs are right up here at around 214, about 215. So, you know, a few days ago it popped through the 200-day moving average. It's held above it. All right, guys. So today is, wow, it's Thursday already. This has been a fast week. Thursday, and today I have a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. I'm going to ask them about that, the real-time stock race. Where I can see this could come into play is one of the things that we'd like to see is, say, an increase in the relative volume of options as an example. Okay? And I think this will allow us to do something like that. And there goes Zach again, pounding down that nail on TTWO. All right, guys, that might have been a 2-bar pullback for on the 15-minute chart anyway for LCID. Those of you, I know a lot of you are still following this one, both on maybe the short side and the, but there's a 2-bar pullback, and it's above the high of that candle now. All right, William, your little RFL is starting to work for you. RFL actually making a little bit of a move here. Hard to see on this 15-minute chart because of the exponential quality, but let's take a look right there. A little bit of a move, off 6 for you. Okay, just a minute, please. All right, you guys making me look at Kodak, Kodk. Well, it used to be a virus play. This was a virus play back here, guys, if you remember. Then it became a crypto play, I think, and then it became NFT. Now maybe, yeah, maybe they're developing a, I don't know, an electric camera. I don't know. I mean, who knows what Kodak does these days? MCADR. Okay, MCADR. Pink sheet stock, probably, right? Oh, I see. No, it is not a pink sheet stock. Okay. So it's a SPAC? Yeah, what is it? It looks like this is a SPAC, but it's such a cheap one. Don't normally see them like this. But it's having a day. Hey, listen, having a day, no question. 2.7 million shares. We have no float information on it whatsoever. So congrats. I guess you took it back in this area. Good for you. They print money. Thank you, Ija. Yeah, nothing. Not have no idea. All right, so they approved the business combination with Better Therapeutics. So that was on the that was yesterday, the 27th. Don't usually see a SPAC this cheap. I don't know what to say. Yeah, so much for DBGI, guys. I don't think it's going to do. It became shortable again. 10,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. Sure. MCADR, MCADR. Ija in our YouTube room asked me to put this one up again. MCADR. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I mean, it is an acquisition core, and you can see what the news was. I mean, it does say they're merging with Better Therapeutics Incorporated. So I don't know what to say. You're right, though. 99.99% of them are at $10. So I don't know. Ah, it's a rights. These are the rights. Idiot. So how's MCAD? No, nobody else. How's MCAD doing? There you go. There you go. Right, Aja. Of course, should have guessed that. So there's the stock, guys. Okay. So the other one was were the rights. That's why they are. Aja kept me on my toes on that one. Oh, I should have picked up on that though. I should have picked up on that. I blame Cam though. I don't know why Cam had to show me the one that was the right. So I take no responsibility. It's all Cam's fault. And of course, Cam knows I'm kidding him. Well, Solo showed up, guys. I think I said that Solo would show up. You know why it didn't show up before? The relative volume wasn't high enough. So there is Solo now. Boy, it's got room. Oh. But the AYRO just didn't really move. Solo's got, I mean, it came in at 364 from the option scanner. Now this is, they definitely have a product. Not everybody's cup of tea, though. They've got a cool little roadster. I just don't know what they're trying to. I don't know what their sales are, or if it's. I'm not even sure it's ready yet. They do have a roadster. It's expensive. It's I don't know, $20,000 or $30,000. Might even be U.S. dollars. Okay, hand me one. Hand me the next one, Zach. Okay. All right. What do these guys do? What does Verx do? VERX. What do you do? Oh, you're pretty boring. Provision of tax compliance software solutions. A bit of a snoozer, but look what they're doing. It's a 10-day breakout. Okay, well, shoot, Arrow is now back up. I just don't know how dynamic it's going to be. AYRO. Yeah, I just don't think it's going to be that dynamic, but really all I'm looking for now are some of the ones that were high flying in the, excuse me, in the first couple of hours, and then rest and then pop. Don't see, the obvious candidate would have been the DBGI, but it is, that's not doing it. And then the TRIT, the other one, that's not doing it. So those are the two that, yesterday those two could have been the ones that would do something like this, and then boom. Well, they had a roadster as a prototype. Yeah, I'm going to their website. Yeah, if I went to their website, I don't know how maybe they've scrapped it. I did see it. I mean, I saw it at the Vancouver Car Show a couple of years ago. Okay, guys, almost 2 o'clock. Okay, now this one was on the scanner yesterday. MCMJ, another SPAC, guys, and it got up to this level yesterday. You know, I guess if it takes it out 1051, if it takes it out, it could roll again. I think it got up to 1069 in the pre-market. Huge bottoming tail on it. Another SPAC. Yeah, usually a block cross is something where, let's just say you're a major shareholder in a company, you've got 500,000 shares or a million shares, okay? And you've been very faithful to the company, but now you want to get out instead of just dumping them on the market and maybe destroying, well, number one, not getting a good price, but also destroying maybe the company's shares, depending how many shares are outstanding. They try to make an arrangement with the company to cross a block of shares so that it doesn't disrupt the market. That's typically what that means. I was asked that question in our YouTube room. Down it goes, guys. Lucid. Well, I have to admit, I took a little bit, not very much. I'm going to get in at 36.54. Not very much. It's just because, number one, I've got this marketing meeting, so I didn't want to be in anything. But let's see if it gets down to that, the fib level that Real talked about. So right there, I mean, you would think 34 may hold it, okay? Just look at the chart. Well, you know who's a happy guy right now? I know he's sitting there really happy. Make your post. You know who you are. That's you. You who? It's you. It's you. Look at your RFL. Who? You. No, but I mean you got to be. It came off that dollar off that $6 level really nicely. I mean look at that, from $7 in under 45 minutes. No, I'm not talking about you, HPP. I'm talking about William in the main room saying he was taking this one. RFL got hammered, but he said he did a little back of the napkin math and said this could be worth $8. I think that's what you said a long time ago. $8.16. Excuse me. Little Steve Martin. I almost took this. I almost took it right there. I said, I mentioned this to you guys. I said, hey, little break for you over 6. But look at I mean, look at this. This is a great move. Great percentage move. Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't hang on to that one, Zach. Look at this move for RFL. It's like, wait a minute. Maybe we misinterpreted the data. It's not as bad as we thought. This was phase 3, guys, so this was, not good when it's phase 3. Let's read this news again for RFL. All right, so this is the news in the morning. I mean, this is what happened. Saw this collapse in the morning. Said a phase 3 trial and failed to meet its primary endpoint. Okay, so I mean that's not good. While we are disappointed by the outcomes, etc., 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 remain committed to furthering our research, etc. Okay, but that's I mean, failed to reach its primary endpoint, phase 3. That's not good. So it is having a bounce for whatever reason. Shoot, the SBGI. I'm sorry, DBGI. The reason I'm saying that is I was trying to get that short around that 430 mark, and they just couldn't get the fill. It kept going up a penny, down a penny, and I just got fed up. Now look at it. And now a halt. RFL halted. Wouldn't it be not hilarious, but wouldn't it be unbelievable? It said halted because of news. But it's a volatility halt. All right, guys. I'll be in this marketing meeting. Yeah, but it's a volatility halt. So it's not a news halt. I was just saying it'd be crazy if it was a news halt, but it's a volatility halt. Go solo. If you're in the solo, be aware of the 4, okay? Be aware of that 4 right up here. If you took the solo, so just be aware. I hard for me to believe it'll get through 4, but stranger things have happened. Okay, ASYS is starting to move here, and nice break right there. A lot of volume coming in. 11.5 million in the float, so it's almost an all-time high. 7% from an all-time, 6% from an all-time high, which I don't know where that was. Gotta go back. Gotta go back here. Who cares? That's back in 2010. Or wait a minute. Yeah. No, I'm wrong. Sorry. There were some highs back here in 2017. Okay, but that's far enough away. See if there's any reason for ASYS. Yeah, I don't see any reason, don't see any headline, nothing. Okay, you want me to pound on Pola. No, I don't have to torture myself and say that it's not available, but it is available at Interactive Brokers. Problem is, I'm going into this marketing meeting in about half a minute. I could try. Okay, guys, I'm putting myself on mute now. All right, guys. Well, that was a record-long marketing meeting, but it was rather exciting because I had a whole demo on what is going to come, and this it is very cool. This real-time stock race. It's going to be really, really cool. I can't say too much about it right now, not because I'm trying to hide it, but it's still in its infancy. But it is a very, very, very cool concept. So I had a nice, say, demonstration of it. Wow, that was pretty exciting. Most of these marketing meetings can be kind of snoozers, but this was definitely very exciting. So I'm just back in time to close the room down. Oh my goodness. Are there any questions for me before I do shut the room down? Yeah, I'll post the lessons just before. I don't know if Reason is still in the room. If you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. The 20 lessons. Okay. All right. Here are the 20 lessons. Okay. That'll get you started at trade ideas. All the basic things like top list windows, alert windows, single stock windows. Oh, I can't tell you that. Somebody asked, when should I buy DWAC on a dip? No idea. I mean, it's been chopping around on the last 15 minutes on the 15-minute chart. It looks like 70 is trying to hold, but listen, this is not a recommendation to take a look at it at 70. Meanwhile, guys, I mean, my option scanner just exploded here. And hey, Zach, Pola, I did it twice. It's kind of fun while I was in the marketing meeting. So I took, well, I can't call it your advice. I won't call it your advice. I did short it here, and then I got out, little gain, and then I shorted it again just underneath 6, and look what it got down to, 558. So that was not bad. And the DBGI, that's one I missed. Should have had that short. And I'm just looking at some of my option scanner ones. Out, what happened to out? 2494, not much. HCIC, I think that's a SPAC. I think it's a SPAC. Yeah, it's a SPAC. Getting too many of the SPACs in my option scanner. I see the arrow actually I was not in it, and had a decent move, from 3 to 324. All right, guys. Vrar. I see that showing up in my basic new highs. Yeah, another. What a move. Look at this move from 10 to 15, almost up to 16. Any news on this? Company announces that public listing on the Frankfurt Stock Exchange. Okay. Okay, I guess that's good news. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I will shut the room down, trying to digest that what I saw in the marketing meeting. Okay, I shall open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So I hope everybody has a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye bye.